Pablo Picasso has this famous quote, "Art is a lie that makes us realize the truth." And while using this quote is a guaranteed way to be left alone at a party, there is a point to it. It suggests that art does not represent reality literally or factually, and instead uses artificial means, like symbolism and creative interpretation to bypass superficial observation and reveal deeper, essential human emotions, experiences, and insights. And in my opinion, only a handful of games have ever reached the level of art, quite like Red Dead Redemption 2. It's a game that defies the modern industry. It's slow, it's deliberate, and it's tragic. And over the last 2 years, I have looked at multiple facets of why this game is at this level, from the writing of its various characters to the philosophy of its world design. So today I'm putting it all together. There are section markers in this video timeline so you can freely jump around. Let's get into it.
You know, nothing means more to me than this gang, the bond we share. It's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it, I would happily die for it.
Legendary. It means something that is remarkable enough to be famous or well known. There are characters who linger in our thoughts long after we turn off the game and step back into reality. It's as if you've been sharing your journey with a close friend, fighting battles, solving mysteries, and celebrating victories together. Then the screen goes dark, and you find yourself wanting to talk to them, to share one last moment. It all came flowing back to me when one of my closest friends found himself with some extra free time and decided to give Red Dead Redemption 2 a try. As someone who has experienced the game's powerful narrative, I could anticipate the emotional roller coaster he was about to embark on. As he shared his thoughts, feelings, and images from the game, I couldn't help but smile and wish I could experience it for the first time all over again. Reliving this experience through my friend's eyes rekindled my love for the game and inspired me to share my thoughts on why this experience will always stay with me. And it all comes down to the soul of the story, Arthur Morgan. As we're thrust into snowy, grisly mountains, we're put in the shoes of one of the outlaws in the 1890s, Arthur Morgan. He's part of a gang that is desperately trying to run away from the law after a failed robbery back in Blackwater. The opening serves as a reunion between Arthur and the gang, as he wasn't part of the Blackwater job and has just caught up with them. All we know that we have lost people already, and the only thing that matters right now is to escape.
Have you and Dutch talked about how we're gonna get out of this?
I was just discussing with Herr Strauss when the weather breaks. Suppose we'll have to keep heading east.
East? Into all that? That's civilization.
I know. The west is where our problems are worse. Come on, Herr Strauss, let's get warm.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
It doesn't take long to get a grasp on the key dynamics in the gang and what role Arthur plays in it. Dutch van der Linde, the charismatic leader. His deep thoughts and paternal care for his quote-unquote family show that he's more than just a criminal mastermind. He's a man with a vision. Hosea Matthews, the voice of reason. He serves as a counterbalance to Dutch's impulsivity, offering a more cautious and thoughtful perspective. His long-standing friendship with Dutch is evident, and it's clear that he's one of the few people Dutch listens to, although not always. Micah Bell, the unpredictable instigator, a newer member of the gang who's eager to prove himself, but whose reckless behavior is a cause for concern. Sadie Adler, the strong survivor. Although initially not a gang member, Sadie's introduction sets the stage for her transformation from distressed widow to a strong, independent member of the gang. Abigail Roberts and John Marston, the struggling family. Through snippets of conversation and interaction, it's clear that Abigail is concerned for the well-being of her son Jack, and the somewhat estranged partner John, who you might remember if you played the original Red Dead Redemption. Additionally, there are characters like Bill, Javier, Charles, and even Uncle, who play smaller roles, but their personalities provide a general idea of the gang's diversity and daily life. And lastly, Arthur Morgan, the loyal enforcer. He's Dutch's right-hand man. Loyal, tough, and dependable, but not without a moral compass. His interactions with other gang members show that he is respected, if somewhat feared. And outside the gang's home area, we quickly discover where this fear comes from.
Oh. That's very kind of you. But I'm not a good man. Jimmy Brooks. Not usually. You see, I was in Blackwater. I kill people. And maybe I should have killed you. Should I have killed you, Jimmy Brooks?
Me? I never saw you. Not now, not never. I think we have an understanding.
Of course we do. Jimmy Brooks. I will remember that. I've got a good memory.
The intimidation, weight, and conviction behind his words will straight up give you chills down your spine. The delivery of the character leaves no doubt of why he is the right hand of one of the most notorious outlaw gangs in the West. This is a man who is used to getting his way, not through erratic violence, but through calculated intimidation. Be it debt collection, train robberies, or interrogation, he's the right man for the job. Arthur is the big brother of the family who will beat up anyone who hurt you, or in this case, intimidate and take what the gang needs at the time.
Where were we? Where's my friend, buddy? Come on, speak!
Hey! No, he's in a cabin. Down by Braithwaite Manor, near the cornfield.
Thank you.
It's important to note here that this isn't something new for Arthur. He has been with the Vanderlyn gang for more than 20 years. He was the third member of the gang after Hosea and Dutch himself back when he was just a teenager. And let's be clear, talking and thinking is not Arthur's strong suit. He's not the strategist, he's not the planner, he's the enforcer. He believes that violence should be cold, necessary, and without feeling, and never out of personal enjoyment or without reason. And you get to decide just how extreme Arthur is in his role.
Now, would you get rid of all of this?
The train?
Yeah, get it out of here.
What about them?
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's up to you. Kill them, leave them here, take them with you on the train. Just make sure they don't send no folk after us.
Okay.
See you back at camp.
But while Arthur's raw power and blunt force methods are stunning in their own way, they're only one stroke of brush in the complex portrait of who he truly is. Much like a painting would be boring if it was just in one shade of blue, Arthur's character is enriched by layers that we get to see as the story unfolds. One of the first layers of this early on is when he receives a letter from Mary Linton, a woman from his past, asking for his help. The letter is already a clue to a side of Arthur we haven't seen yet. After all, he's a man with a past filled with relationships and regrets, just like all of us. Not merely the hardened outlaw we know today.
I need your help.
You mean the family that always looked down on me? And you want me to help?
It's my little brother, Jamie.
I always liked Jamie, at least compared to the rest of them.
He's broken Daddy's heart.
Daddy has a heart.
Don't make me beg you, Arthur.
My money, my life, me. I wasn't good enough.
I'm sorry. We need your help real bad.
After this short interaction, it's clear that Mary is not just any woman from Arthur's past. She's a lost love that didn't work out because of the difference between their social standings, if you can call being an outlaw a social standing. It's also clear that Arthur has a capacity for genuine emotion and vulnerability, and it is not limited to only Mary. You see, another aspect of a big brother is how they always look out for their younger siblings' well-being, and we can see it on display through interactions with characters like Lenny on a night out drinking, or with John Marston's son, Jack.
Would you do something with Jack? He seems kind of down. All this upheaval can't have been easy on the poor kid.
Why? Because I'm your preferred nursemaid?
Because he likes you, and, well, you know his father's useless.
Okay.
Arthur is not a two-dimensional character we often see in video games. Just because he knows his role and does it well, doesn't mean he enjoys causing violence or hurting people. In his eyes, he's doing what is necessary to provide for his outlaw family, and in the late 19th century, living as an outlaw, what is necessary can extend to quite a lot of things. Without him performing in his role, who will provide for the children and women in the camp? There's no one else to count on, just himself, and that's what drives Arthur to do what he believes he must do. Before jumping on the high horse to say there must be a better way, ask yourself what lengths you would go for your family or loved ones. If we're being honest with each other, we know that it would be much further than what the law actually allows. Arthur embodies this uncomfortable truth. He serves as an example of the belief that the ends always justify the means. This nuance keeps us from viewing him as unlikable, or in other words, he's an anti-hero we root for because we understand his motivation and context. This is especially true when we learn about someone truly despicable, Micah.
Phil? But when I fall, I don't want no fuss.
When you fall, there'll be a party.
Party? Probably. That funny, huh? Sure. I don't feel like being laughed at by the likes of you two.
Stop it! Now!
Even though Mike can be overlooked at the beginning as just an annoying prick, it doesn't take long to see that the bad in him runs a lot deeper. Both him and Arthur are experienced criminals who are part of the same gang, but they couldn't be more different. Micah is a vile, pathetic, dishonest human piece of garbage who has no trouble brutally killing anyone for any reason, including women and children. It's not too far to say he actually takes pleasure in needless violence. His presence in the gang and the story serves as a contrast to Arthur, whose actions are always based on necessity. The interaction between these two characters was always like trying to make fire and water coexist peacefully. The best way to summarize the difference between these two can be like this. Arthur brought muscle, Micah brought chaos. And although Arthur does not enjoy Micah or approve of him being in the gang, he never abandons him. That's how much family means to him. He will protect even those he despises.
Sons of Dutch makes us brothers. Sometimes brothers make mistakes.
And family they are. The camaraderie and care for each other comes through especially during celebrations or gatherings at the camp. But before we continue, I feel obliged to warn you that in order to truly unpack Arthur's character, I will need to cover some of the main story and its twists. Please consider this as your spoiler warning.
So, what's your plan?
Well, we'll see if we can track him, but we might need to lay bait to draw him out. Bears like fish, obviously, but they also have a sweet tooth. A lot of fellas bait then shoot from the trees, but I prefer to hunt on the ground. More dangerous, but we'll have a much better chance of getting a good shot in. And if he bolts, we can start right off after him.
One of my favorite relationships in the gang was between Arthur and Hosea, one of the two father figures he had while growing up with a group of outlaws. When Arthur is with Hosea, we see a man who is willing to learn and absorb wisdom. Hosea is older and has a different perspective on life, and Arthur respects that. They share jokes, reminisce about the past, and understand each other in a way that Arthur doesn't with many other gang members. This friendship adds a layer of warmth to Arthur's character, and since Hosea often serves as a counterbalance to Dutch's idealism, Arthur is able to share his reservations about Dutch's plans. This shows that Arthur is not just a blind follower, he has his own doubts and worries, which he is more than willing to express when he's with someone he truly trusts. In conversations with Hosea, we often see Arthur reflecting on his past, his choices, and his future, giving us a glimpse into his internal emotional landscape. And while we're on the topic of father figures, we can't go past the other side of the coin, Dutch van der Linde.
And now we are stuck east of the Grizzlies and out of money, and a long way from our dream of virgin land in the west.
I know, my brother, but we are safe. We make a bit of money here, then we move again, head out around them, be west of Uncle Sam, in a few months, buy some land.
I hope so.
Would you just look around you? This world has its consolations.
Dutch, the charismatic leader of the van der Linde gang. As Arthur's mentor and father figure who raised him, Dutch plays a crucial role in Arthur Morgan's character development throughout the story. But at the beginning, we see him as a man with a vision for a better life, a life free from the constraints of a rapidly changing society. Dutch is the reason why Arthur has a strong moral code despite their outlaw lifestyle. And as one of the first members Dutch recruited into the gang, Arthur develops a sense of loyalty and trust in his leader. And Dutch's influence doesn't stop at Arthur. Every single person in the gang has his back. He didn't recruit mercenaries as members, instead he recruited outcasts of the society and gave them all a place to call home.
I don't want to kill all these folk, Dutch. Just you.
In that case, it'd be my honor to join you. Excuse me, friends. I have an appointment to keep with...
I think your new friend should leave now, Dutch.
You're making a big mistake.
All of you.
Yeah, dreadful. We have got something. Something to live and die for. How awful for us. Mr. Milton, stop following us.
But as the story progresses in Chapter 3, three notable dynamic shifts happen within the gang. First of them is the evolution of Sadie Adler, going from a girl that survived a bandit attack, which left her husband dead, to a woman that challenges the female standards at the time, and becomes a strong fighter that can handle her own in a fight. And she proves that right next to the main enforcer of the gang, Arthur.
Yes, Mrs. Adler did okay.
That shopping?
Yes, that's shopping.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Don't mention it. I would ride with you again, Mrs. Adler, if you will ride with me.
Maybe. If you prove you can handle yourself.
The second shift is a pivotal moment in the story when Arthur is captured and tortured by the rival gang O'Driscolls during a mission where Dutch is trying to ease the tensions with them in a diplomatic manner. When Arthur manages to escape and return to the camp on his own, it shakes the gang's confidence in Dutch's leadership. While Dutch may have good intentions, his judgment comes into question. It also deepens the growing division between Hosea and Dutch. Hosea is openly skeptical of the truce from the beginning, and the disastrous outcome only vindicates his caution, casting further doubt on Dutch's increasingly aggressive and reckless strategies. It reinforces the existential threat the gang faces, not just from law enforcement, but from rival gangs, making it clear that they are far from invincible.
Arthur! Arthur?
Arthur! I told you it was a setup, Dutch.
My boy, my dear boy, what?
They got me. But I got away.
Yeah, you did. Miss Grimshaw, I need help! Reverend Swanson!
He's gonna set the law on us.
Oh, of course he was!
I'm sorry, Arthur.
It is a bit late for apologies.
And lastly, the attack on Braithwaite Manor, where the gang tries to rescue Jack, who's been kidnapped, only to find out he's been sold to a crime lord, Angelo Bronte, in Saint Denis. If the previously mentioned fractures in the gang could have healed over time, this made them deeper and permanent. It brings to the surface existing tensions within the gang, particularly regarding Dutch's decision-making. His rivalry with the two families has now escalated to the point where a child is in danger. While they are a united front to face the danger, it also heightens the internal scrutiny and stress, further putting Dutch's leadership into question. In a way, Jack's kidnapping serves as a mirror held up to the gang, reflecting the real costs and consequences of their outlaw lifestyle. The gravity of the situation adds a layer of desperation, as now they're not just fighting for some abstract sense of freedom or a better life down the line, they're fighting for the immediate safety of one of their most vulnerable members. This event humanizes the gang in their own eyes, making them question whether their ends justify the means approach is truly acceptable, and laying the groundwork for the ethical and moral dilemmas that are yet to come. In my opinion, this is the moment when the story shifts from being just an adventure tale to a deeper, more nuanced exploration of responsibility, community, and the moral complexities of life on the run. In some ways, this also signals the beginning of the end.
Where's the boy?
My sons gave him to Angelo Bronte. So my guess is Saint Denis. Either there or on the boat to Italy.
Let's go!
Arthur, come on!
What we doing with her?
Leave her.
Unsurprisingly, this incident serves as a personal turning point for Arthur internally, who begins to entertain doubts about the path the gang is on and the man leading them. As the story shifts from countryside troubles to the problems of the new quote-unquote civilized world where outlaws don't belong, we get a few moments where Arthur can escape the reality of his situation. One of the most notable ones are the experiences he shares with Mary Linton, who has reappeared back into his life after he helped her, showing us a part of Arthur we don't see so often.
You came!
Yeah, I came. So, what do you need?
Wait there! I'm coming straight down! Arthur,
Hello, Mary.
you came.
Sure. Whenever you call for me, I'll come.
And even though it's not meant to last, the details and nuance of their romance made it feel real. They both clearly love each other, yet are unable to make the jump required to actually be together. Unpacking this complex romance story properly would require a video on its own, so let me just say this. I believe it's significantly harder to pull off an emotion just through characters' eyes or body language in video games when compared to live-action movies, but this scene did it better than most films. You can see the exact moment when Mary decided to let her love for Arthur go, knowing it will simply never come true.
Is it too late for us, Arthur?
I can't lie to you. I'm a wanted man, Mary. If anyone close to me, well, they're wanted to, and I can't have you wrapped up in there. But it's coming to an end. This time it really is.
Run away with me, Arthur. Run away right now and don't look back.
I want to. More than anything, I want to. But I've got some people I need to take care of. Once they're free, then I'm free. Then I can disappear.
But Arthur...
If we're gonna run away anywhere, we need money. Soon, I'll have some.
I know you won't run away. But it's a pretty dream.
But there was never enough time for romance, as Dutch's once well-laid plans had become more erratic and chaotic, and we can't discuss the evolution of Arthur without touching on the downfall of Dutch. His vision of living free from society and its rules was always pretty and fit this little group of outcasts living on the outskirts. But once forced to adapt after the kidnapping of Jack, his approach simply became more heavy-handed. This incident posed a serious threat to the safety and unity of the gang, two elements Dutch had always promised to maintain. His reaction to the kidnapping shows signs of his growing desperation and the unraveling of his confidence and control. Dutch's charisma and lofty vision about freedom and a better life start to lose their shine, exposing the self-serving and increasingly unpredictable and violent nature of his decisions. In his dealing with Angelo Bronte, we get to see it on full display. It's as if a line had been crossed, and he's turning into a ruthless animal who's backed into a corner.
What are you gonna say now?
They are even bigger fools than you.
No doubt.
The law will find you. Already, the dogs are on the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You are so right. They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth has got to be disposed of. Your friends, the Patriots, gonna come and rescue you, you repulsive little maggot. Call them now. You call them!
Jesus. Part of your philosophy books cover feeding a fella to a goddamn alligator, Dutch.
Part that covers weakness.
And if the signs couldn't be more clear of the times changing, they arrived crystal clear in the form of two dead bodies, Lenny and Hosea, during the bank robbery in Saint Denis gone wrong. This instance serves as a watershed moment for the main story, gang's dynamics, and Arthur's view on Dutch. Hosea has been Dutch's closest advisor and moral compass for years. His level-headedness often balances Dutch's impulsivity, and his death leaves a glaring void in the gang's leadership. And Lenny was a promising young member of the gang whose loss further signifies the falling apart of the family-like structure that the gang once had. These deaths come as a direct consequence of a heist that Dutch insisted on pulling off, despite the escalating risks and the mounting tensions within the gang.
Dutch! Get out here! Get out here now!
Someone must have squealed.
Never should have gone after Bronte, Dutch.
Mr. Milton, let my friend go. Or folks, they are gonna get shot unnecessarily.
Your friend? Why would I do that?
Come on, Milton.
It's over. No more bargains, no more deals.
Mr. Milton, this is America. You can always cut a deal.
I've given you enough chances.
Come on!
Dutch's actions and inactions during and after the bank robbery make it evident that his priorities have shifted, or perhaps simply been revealed for what they really are. No longer the charismatic protector of a chosen family, he begins to seem more like a desperate outlaw, willing to sacrifice anyone and anything for his grand and increasingly unrealistic visions. The once untouchable Dutch is now subject to open criticism and doubt, especially from Arthur and John Marston. But the criticism doesn't come immediately, simply because there's no time for it. Instead, half of the gang is forced to escape right after the bank robbery on a boat to Cuba of all places, or at least that was the intended destination.
What are we gonna do in Cuba, Dutch?
Hold up for a while, then hurry back, gather up the rest of our families. At least we got some money now. Money and loyalty. With that, you can do whatever you please.
So you reckon they'll follow us to Cuba?
Like Colonel Waxman on a jolly? I highly doubt it. I reckon we hold ourselves to ourselves and this is done and dusted.
Let's hope so.
I ain't no sailor, but, that cloud look like good news to you?
You know how there's a saying about a certain moment after which people are never the same? Kinda like Clay was never the same after he moved to Europe. In most cases, it means something tragic. And in the case of Dutch, Guarma served as the grave where the charming, caring and supportive Dutch found its final resting spot. His ability to make rational decisions diminishes, which is manifested in his reckless engagement with local politics on the island, even though the gang's primary goal should be to escape and return home. And the face of the new Dutch couldn't be more apparent than how he dealt with the guide who was helping him.
Dutch? What are you doing? Jesus. Easy, Dutch. What was that?
Horrible old crone.
But you killed her.
She was gonna betray us, Arthur. Couldn't you tell?
No.
Well, I got some Spanish. She was.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
I am just trying to make sure that some of us survive, Arthur.
This action shows a clear departure from the Dutch we knew earlier in the game, who at least tried to justify his actions with some form of moral or ethical reasoning. It also adds to increasing tension between Arthur and Dutch, and it's clear that Dutch is becoming more ruthless and less predictable. The act is brutal and seemingly unnecessary, and it showcases Dutch's descent into more violent and reckless state of mind. It's a moment that signifies a real turning point in how Arthur, and by extension you, the player, view Dutch.
So how did you know she was gonna betray us? What'd she say?
It was in her eyes, in the way she was leading us.
But you said you knew Spanish.
I know human beings, Arthur.
Are you gonna strangle me next?
I'm doing the best I can.
Returning from Guarma and looking for signs of the family and where they might be gives us a moment to reflect on all the craziness that has happened and how grim the future prospects are. Not to mention the deaths of Hosea and Lenny that seem like a lifetime ago now. But returning to Saint Denis with heavy doubts is not the only thing Arthur carries. It's something that goes beyond the gang's situation or power dynamics. In this moment, faith forces Arthur's hand to not look only at the leader of the gang, but to look at himself.
Okay, now here. Breathe. Again. Yeah. Let me see your tongue. Now say ah. Ah.
What is it?
It's not good news.
I guess that.
You got tuberculosis. Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
I remember refusing to believe that Arthur is going to die, and thinking there must be something that can help him, or someone I could give these thousands of dollars I've earned through hunting or finding buried treasure. There must be something. Unlike me, Arthur accepted the fact that his time is numbered and the clock is ticking. Instead, we get to see how the doubts he had before, and have only taken shape as vocal comments, are now becoming actions.
We lent Arthur some money, you see, and...
So it was you. You son of a bitch. What do you want now? You want my boy's shoes? You want the food out of our bellies, what little there is? You want me to lie down for you?
No.
Arthur gave everything to pay your bills. Everything. And now there's some fellas coming to take the house.
I just wanted to say the debt's canceled and to Here, take this. It won't bring your husband back, I know. You need money and I don't.
These acts first take place outside the gang in various interactions where Arthur absolves debts, protects the weak, or simply does morally sound things. But they find their way into the camp little by little, and one of these moments happens when Arthur returns from an unsuccessful debt collection mission and decides to put an end to money-lending schemes led by Herr Strauss.
How did you get on, Mr. Morgan?
Just dandy. Just... get up.
What?
Get up!
What is wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Nothing at all.
What are you doing?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Get your bag. Is this it?
I don't understand.
I ain't gonna kill you, though I probably should. You disgust me. And you shame us. If we could be shamed any more than we already are, that should do. Go!
I don't understand you. What are you doing?
Go and get a job!
It's worth mentioning here that you as the player get a choice here as well. You don't have to perform these acts of kindness. You could proceed as a brutal outlaw. Instead of having this change of heart, a much darker route is an option, but that simply never sat right with me. It just didn't feel like Arthur. Potentially because of these acts of kindness, or more likely because there's not much time left for Arthur, his voice becomes stronger against Dutch, as he doesn't only see himself more clearly, he also starts to see Dutch for who he really is now. It's a slow realization that Dutch doesn't care for the family anymore, and only Arthur can fill these shoes to ensure the safety of the gang to some extent.
Those oily enactors of a mediocre justice, the Pinkertons, and their benefactor, the depressing millionaire Leviticus Cornwall, they want us, Arthur. They want us. And they are going to have us.
Well, maybe they ain't the problem.
Meaning?
I don't know. It's just, well, I can't help but feel we would have been better running off someplace else.
But the game ain't over, Arthur. I mean, I ain't played my final move, but...
I guess I'm more interested in saving lives than winning at chess.
And maybe life ain't such a thing to cling on to so tightly.
No doubt. What about the women?
You sound like Hosea. I miss him.
As we progress with Chapter 6, another curtain is pulled back on Arthur's character during this transitional time, when he assists Native American chief Rains Falls to recover a sacred relic. As they ride through the mountains, Arthur shares how he used to have a son, and how he tried to provide and protect both the son and his mother, while keeping them out of his outlaw life.
I had a son once, years ago. Don't talk about him much.
Oh, what was his name?
Isaac. His mother, Eliza, was a waitress I met. When she got pregnant, she knew who I was, what my life was. I didn't want to promise nothing I couldn't keep, but I said I'd do right by them. Every few months, I'd stop by there for a few days. He was such a good kid. She was too, I guess. Just a kid, 19.
What happened?
I got there one day and saw 2 crosses outside, and I knew right away. Turned out some bastards had come through, robbed him, and shot him dead, and offered $10. It hardened me, feeling that kind of pain. But I know now that you don't get to live a bad life and have good things happen to you.
This man has lost so much in his life, and yet he has taken a lot more life. In his own words, you don't get to live a bad life and have good things happen to you. And Arthur is very apparent in the clarity of this truth. He doesn't seek forgiveness of his actions. He simply wants to do what he believes is right with the time he has left. And even though it's an optional mission, I believe Arthur's return to Edith Downs and her son Archie to help them escape prostitution and reach for a better life after he was the one who partially killed their father shows us exactly this newfound clarity.
Oh, you're a silly boy. Archie, oh, we do.
Get out of here. Go live someplace else. Start over. Here, take this. I don't need it no more.
I don't want your money.
Yeah, I know you don't want it.
I don't.
You sure as shit need it. Take it.
No.
I ain't looking for forgiveness. It ain't about that. Don't forgive me. Just take the money and get out of here, please. I know I ruined your life. I suffer for it every day. But don't let yourself get killed for pride. I seen it kill too many folk. Don't say anything. Don't thank me. Just take the money and pack your bags. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I said don't thank me.
Although Arthur's health keeps deteriorating, going from a cough here and there to a full-blown coughing fit on the ground, sunken eyes, heavy breath, and significantly less strength, his acts of kindness grow bigger and stronger, and he becomes more aware of his true nature now that his time is almost out. He doesn't really share what is happening with him or seek sympathy from anyone in the gang, but when System Calderon refuses to believe he's a bad man, there's a moment where Arthur's walls come down, and he shares how he truly feels.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I.
Huh?
But then I meet someone like you, and everything makes sense.
You're too smart for me, sister. I guess I'm afraid.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
All aboard!
I believe it's easy to take fear of death at face value here. In my eyes, Arthur is not afraid of death itself, but the future where the family he grew up with would fall apart. And above all else, he's most afraid he won't be able to protect those he loves the most in their time of need, simply because he won't be alive anymore. In essence, this is Arthur actively seeking redemption through his actions, and as he proceeds through it, his relationships with different gang members are put to the test. The more obvious ones, like the one with Micah, are on their last legs, while others are more surprising, like Charles, who sees the change in Arthur and believes in him. He supports Arthur and stands by him in this time no matter what.
You coming, Arthur? I'm gonna try and save him. This fight is unwinnable. You go and distract them and let me get to him.
Have it your way. The rest of you, ride with me. Let's meet up at the factory. Let's ride! Yeah!
Go with him. Try and help there. I'm better off alone.
We're riding with you.
But with Hosea gone and Arthur going through his change, it's no one else but Micah that we can see becoming closer with Dutch as his trusted advisor in future plans that Arthur is now left out of. Instead of finding new family members, the gang sizes increase through Micah's buddies that are simple mercenaries for hire. Instead of rescuing John from prison, Dutch is spending time thinking of how to make more money while being halfway convinced by Micah that John is a traitor. Instead of tensions in the gang, we see a complete split now. One side is siding with Dutch, even though he's a mere shadow of his former self, while the other side is siding with Arthur, who still stands for the values Dutch has abandoned now. Instead of waiting for Dutch to give orders, Arthur takes action and decides to free John together with Sadie. This act of defiance leads to a moment between Dutch and Arthur, where their decades-long relationship reaches irreversible breaking point.
What do you think?
It sounds wonderful. Hell, yeah. I ain't got much to lose, but, you know, the women and the children, and John and his family, I'm afraid I have to insist. I mean, we gotta let them go, because if the Pinkertons come through again, they will kill everyone.
John? Insist?
Yeah. Insist.
It's very likely that this is the very first moment where Arthur, the good, loyal, but above all else, obedient goon in Dutch's holster, has stood up against his plan. And you can see the love for Arthur quickly vanishing from Dutch's eyes. This pivotal decision highlights Arthur's commitment to protecting those he cares about, even if it means defying the man he once considered a father figure. Arthur's unwavering determination and willingness to sacrifice himself for the greater good demonstrate the extent of his character's transformation. As the gang's situation grows increasingly dire, Arthur, not Dutch, becomes a beacon of hope, resilience, and selflessness in a world consumed by greed and violence. And this ultimately reveals how Arthur's new type of actions are finding their way back in their camp. He won't betray Dutch or the gang, but he won't ignore the road of self-destruction they are on. Arthur doesn't mind dying on it, but he makes the decision that John and his family need to be saved from it. Since both Arthur and John joined the gang when they were young, I believe Arthur sees him like a little brother. And as the big brother, he can give him a chance to not lose his way, his family, or the love of his life, like he did.
Like I said, John, when the time comes, you go.
What about loyalty to everything?
You've been loyal. I've been loyal. Look what that cost. You know, all that ever mattered to me was loyalty. It was all I knew. It's all I ever believed in. Well, not anymore, John. Soon, you gotta go. Go. Don't look back.
As we're about to reach the climax of the story, Arthur eventually confirms his suspicions of Micah being the rat that sold the gang out at every possible step along the way. And even though Arthur has clearly shown that he opposes Dutch's new leadership approach, he returns to the camp to warn him, just to see his words never reach his once dear friend.
I just saw Agent Milton, Dutch. Abigail shot him. She's okay. Not that you care too much about that. You rats. All of you. Seems old Micah was pretty close with Milton.
What the hell are you talking about, cowpoke?
You talked.
That's a goddamn lie.
Dutch.
Dutch, think of the future.
Milton told me.
And you believe him, Black Lung? You believe him?
It all makes sense now.
No, it damn well doesn't.
Dutch, think.
Dutch, be practical now.
At the very end of Arthur's story, his character is never abandoned. He doesn't give a grand speech. Instead, his actions show us precisely how much he has changed, and he gets the redemption he never thought he could gain, and lay down his life for something he truly believed in, to stay behind and let John and his family escape, entrusting John with his own hopes and dreams.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now. I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur.
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
You're my brother.
I know. I know.
This act of sacrifice is the ultimate expression of Arthur's redemption, as he finally puts the needs of others above his own. He did his best, and he gave everything he had. He shows us that even when our choices are constrained by circumstances, even when the road ahead is filled with uncertainty, there's always room for courage, for kindness, and for love. Arthur once said he wanted to die facing the west setting sun so he can remember all the fine times he had with the gang, but instead he died facing the rising east, symbolizing the man he had become throughout his journey. As the story transitions to the last act, with players continuing as John Marston, the true impact of Arthur's character becomes even more apparent. No matter what you do in the game or in your everyday life, whether it's going to work, school, or simply carrying on with daily routines, there's this sinking feeling in your stomach, as if something was missing, someone was missing. Arthur's influence doesn't end with his death. In the game's epilogue, we see how his actions and sacrifice continue to shape the lives of John Marston and his family. John strives to build a better life for himself and his loved ones, and it's clear that Arthur's selflessness and determination have left a lasting impression on him. The choices Arthur made in his final days directly contribute to opportunities and challenges that John faces in the epilogue, serving as a powerful reminder of the enduring legacy Arthur has left behind.
Arthur saved my life before he passed. I don't talk about him much, but I think about him
Me too.
There are characters in video games that we like, characters that we love, and then there are characters that touch our very souls. And so, Arthur Morgan stands as one of the most complex and captivating characters in game history, if not beyond. His journey might be a tragic one, but it's also profoundly human, filled with moments that range from heartbreaking to uplifting. It serves as a reminder that even within the brutality and chaos of the outlaw life, there are opportunities for redemption and humanity, something that all of us can learn from even now. And that is the enduring legacy of Arthur Morgan. He's more than a character. He's someone who felt alive, real, and most importantly, he left an impact on me through this experience that I will never forget.
Come on. Everything is coming together. Exactly as I planned.
We can't always fight nature, John. We can't fight change. Can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. My whole life, all I ever did was fight.
Charisma, vision, paranoia, savagery, madness. These traits can be used to describe Dutch van der Linde, but they barely scratch the surface of the enigma that he is. Beneath the facade of leadership lies a man shaped by a world in transition, caught in the crossfire between his ideals and the relentless march of time. While people often see him as a villain or as an antagonist who has lost grip on reality, I believe he had a vision that can be easily missed. There's more to him than just a meme about having a plan, faith, or Tahiti. Every good story leans heavily on its characters, especially the villains. They are the ones who truly carry the story forward and make the hero that much better in our eyes. And the best villains are those we can actually relate to. Not that you agree with their reasoning or motivations, but you can understand how they got there. Think about the works like Shawshank Redemption or Braveheart. Stories that remain etched in our collective memory because they challenge our perceptions of freedom and societal constraints. And in this vein, Red Dead Redemption 2 gives us a narrative that is as uncomfortable as it is unforgettable. And this narrative is driven in many ways by one man in particular. Regardless if you love or hate him, he's one of the greatest characters ever written by Rockstar, and I believe it's worth exploring and understanding his character more than just saying he's lost his grip. After all, Dutch is the man who led, the man who inspired, and the man who started the van der Linde gang.
We are not criminals. We are outlaws.
There's a difference?
Of course there is a goddamn difference, and when you figure out what that is, you'll know what the hell we're doing. Wake him up a little! Ladies and gentlemen, this is a robbery. I had a goddamn plan! Arthur, do you have my back?
Always, Dutch. But there's more than your back to worry about.
Unlike Arthur Morgan, who we covered in the previous video, Dutch is a character who constantly keeps you guessing. At times he's this beacon of hope, a charismatic leader who dreams of a world unshackled by society's chains. But then there are moments when his decisions make you raise an eyebrow or two, questioning his motives. Is he a visionary or a madman? Or perhaps a bit of both? See, Dutch isn't just a man with a plan. He's a symbol of a dying era of dreams that are crushed by the weight of progress. And as the story unfolds, we watch his struggle, his desperation to hold on to a world that's slipping away. His decline isn't just about his personal journey, but a reflection of the times they lived in. So while Arthur gives us the intimate, personal story of a man grappling with his past and his loyalties, Dutch delivers the grander tale of a dreamer wrestling with a world that simply won't stop evolving. It's hard not to get pulled into his orbit, and whether he's giving a rallying speech or leading his gang to another heist, there's always a sense of depth and complexity to him. And that's the beauty of Dutch van der Linde, a character so richly crafted that he leaves a permanent mark on the game's narrative, reminding us that even in the Wild West, the battle wasn't just against outlaws and lawmen, but also against the time and change.
You robbed me, sir.
And you robbed him. Funny world.
You show a criminal's grasp of sophistry, sir. I did no such thing.
You kill. I kill. You rob. I rob. Only difference I can see is I choose whom I kill and rob, and you destroy everything in your path.
I've heard just about enough.
I'll tell you what. You give me this shit, $10,000 and safe passage out of here, I'll let you live.
I'll do no such thing.
You sure? Good. I prefer it this way.
When you sit down to watch a movie or play a game, there are always those characters that just pop. You know the ones. Characters so magnetic, so alive, that they seem to break the fourth wall without even trying. And Dutch? Oh, he doesn't just break the wall. He strides through it with swagger, charisma, and a pocket full of lofty dreams. Sure, Dutch's brand of idealism might sound like the ravings of your college roommate after one too many hours of listening to Joe Rogan podcast. But here's the thing, like many of cinema's great dreamers, from Jay Gatsby chasing his green light, to Rick Blaine in Casablanca lemonading the problems of the world not amounting to a hill of beans, Dutch's dreams are potent, compelling, and tragically doomed. Yet, it's not all Shakespearean tragedy and ill-fated dreams. Dutch's fight with the New World isn't just a war of words. It's visceral, it's raw, it's in every gunshot, every train heist, every glance he throws at the looming specter of industrialization. I mean, every time he goes head-to-head with modernization, you can almost hear the background score ticking points in this battle between Dutch and the industrialized world.
Listen to me. We don't want to kill any of you. Any more of you. I give you my word, but trust me, we will.
I work for Leviticus Cornwall.
Come on, boys.
We got our orders.
Okay. You asked for it.
We ain't
5,
opening this door.
4, 3, 2, 1. Seems our friends have gone deaf. Wake them up a little.
But let's take a second to talk about those trains. The mighty, smoke-belching symbols of progress. In the world of Red Dead Redemption 2, they're not just for scenic rides, or a way to conveniently getting away from those pesky lawmen when you fail to get rid of all the witnesses. No. They're metaphors on wheels, screaming of the inevitable march of time. If Dutch is the old world, these trains are the new. And here we are, the players, stuck in the middle, torn between the nostalgia of a bygone era and the unstoppable pull of progress. It's like watching Madonna trying to release new music in today's world of TikTok and kick streaming nonsense. You root for them, but there's a sinking feeling knowing that the world has moved on and they're just struggling in vain.
Milton, it's over. No more bargains, no more deals.
Mr. Milton, this is America. You can always cut a deal.
I've given you enough chances.
Come on!
We've all witnessed characters who undergo dramatic transformations on screen. Take Walter White from Breaking Bad, for instance. He starts as an innocent high school chemistry teacher, but morphs into a ruthless drug kingpin as circumstances and choices push him deeper into the criminal underworld. It's a slow, burning descent, every step carefully documented, making us both root for them and to avert our eyes at certain times. Similarly, Dutch doesn't evolve in the traditional sense of a hero becoming better. Instead, we watch as layers of his character peel back, revealing a more complex and at times darker individual underneath. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, and you just can't look away. But do you remember those early days? Those sun-soaked moments in Horseshoe Overlook, where Dutch was every bit the leader, rational, decisive, and focused. His choices, even if on the wrong side of the law, had a method to madness. But the weight of his choices introduces this persistent pressure which becomes overwhelming over time and has a way of showing us who we truly are. Continuing the fight with a man like Cornwall wasn't just a high-risk move, it was suicidal. But there's Dutch, brimming with confidence, maybe a tad bit of arrogance, and a sprinkle of desperation. And then the walls are closing in, the times are changing fast, and here he is, making choices that's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. The choice to eliminate Angelo Bronte, for instance, wasn't merely an act of revenge. It was a bold declaration, a moment where Dutch seemed to be clawing back some control in a world where he felt increasingly trapped.
All your men, all your money, it weren't no match for a bunch of bumpkins.
You are nothing. You do nothing, you mean nothing, you stand for nothing. Me, I run a city. And when the law catch up to you, you will die like nothing. I am this country. You are what people are running from.
I possess things that you will never understand.
You don't even possess your own men. $1,000 to the man who kills him and sets me free.
What are you gonna say now?
They are even bigger fools than you.
No doubt.
The law will find you. Already, the dogs are on the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You are so right. They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth has got to be disposed of!
But let's strip away the layers for a moment. Beneath the strategies, heists, and shootouts lies a man grappling with change. Not just the change around him, but within him. It's a universal story. Just as one might grapple with existential dread of a midlife crisis and dropping lifetime earnings on a shitty sports car, so does Dutch grapple with the death of his vision. A dream that seems increasingly distant with each sunrise. His transformation is a cautionary tale, not of crime or ambition, but of clinging too tightly to a past that no longer exists. Of failing to adapt, to change, to evolve. As the world marches forward, Dutch's internal compass spins wildly, searching for a new direction. And as any navigator will tell you, a spinning compass always spells disaster.
And Micah, we need to talk, figure out some things.
Of course, boss. Figure out what?
The plan. Getting out of here. Nothing's changed.
It hasn't, huh?
Every leader, no matter how mighty or insignificant, carries with them two sides. It's like the dual faces of a coin, one that inspires and uplifts, and another that manipulates and exploits. Dutch van der Linde isn't any different. His leadership within the gang is, in many ways, a masterclass in charisma and charm, but also in cunning and control. From the get-go, Dutch's magnetic aura is palpable. At the beginning of the story, as the gang trudges through the snowy Grizzly Mountains, facing one of their darkest hours, it's Dutch's voice that keeps hope alive. His words, drenched in conviction and promise, are the beacon that guides the gang. They look up to him, not just as a leader, but as a savior. His ability to motivate and uplift during such dire times is nothing short of extraordinary. But as with most things, there's another side to this coin. For example, during his encounter with Eagle Flies, Dutch quickly sizes up the situation and without missing a beat, sees an opportunity. While he projects a facade of empathy, he's actually weaving a new alliance into his intricate plans. It's a testament to his cunning, presenting a genuine concern while manipulating the situation to serve the gang's interests. Or if we're honest, his interests.
Dutch van der Linde, how do you do?
Not well, sir.
Well, I am sorry to hear that.
How's your father?
Father has confused wisdom with weakness. His people, my people. We've suffered too much, been lied to too much. Now they've taken our horses.
Who?
The infantry division posted at Fort Wallace.
Why?
Colonel Favors is a liar and a murderer. His people won't stop until we're all dead. Without horses, we cannot hunt. Without hunting, we will starve. This is another act of war.
I see that.
Men have helped me before, and I have money.
Put your money away, son. What do you think, Charles?
You know I told your father I will not fight over some horses.
But I made no such promise.
Now, it's easy to label Dutch as merely manipulative, but that would be an oversimplification. It's more intricate than that. Leadership, especially in the world Dutch navigates, isn't black or white, it's painted in shades of grey. Every decision, every action is a delicate dance between doing what's right for the group and what's necessary for survival. The pressures, both external and internal, continuously shape and reshape the contours of Dutch's leadership. The landscape of the Wild West is changing throughout the story, and so is Dutch. For every heartwarming moment where he seems to genuinely care for his gang, there's another where he seems to be willing to risk it all for his own ends. This duality, the blend of magnetism and manipulation, is what makes Dutch's leadership so intriguing. It's a reflection of the turbulent world he inhabits and the shifting sands he tries to build his dream upon, even if this dream is unrealistic. But then again, aren't dreams supposed to be like that? When we think of leaders throughout history and fiction, duality is often at their core. Consider Michael Corleone from The Godfather, a man who deeply loved his family, yet was capable of cold-blooded decisions for what he perceived as greater good. Like him, Dutch van der Linde embodies this duality. Dutch's leadership isn't about the binary of good versus evil. It's a profound exploration of the complexities that come with power, loyalty, and ambition in a rapidly changing world. One where leaders, despite their strengths and flaws, are as much products of their environment as they are the architects of their destiny. It's a complex dance where even the most skilled can miss a step. Or another way to put it.
White 2.
You okay there?
Working it all out. Once and for all, Arthur.
What now?
We're back, and I'm sitting here, and I am contemplating the great journey of the sun and considering a famous chess move.
In the vast, sprawling narrative of Red Dead Redemption 2, few relationships are as pivotal as those Dutch shares with Arthur Morgan and Micah Bell. Both men orbit Dutch in a vastly different ways, offering contrasting perspectives into his psyche and decisions, mirroring the push and pull of his internal struggles. At the heart of it all is Arthur Morgan, the reliable right-hand man who he raised like a son. From the earliest days, Arthur and Dutch shared a bond thicker than blood. Dutch was more than just a leader to Arthur, he was a mentor and a father figure. The two of them, along with Hosea, were the cornerstones upon which the van der Linde gang rested. Yet as the pressures of a changing world, the onslaught of relentless enemies, and the weight of his own ambitions start to bear down on Dutch, a new influence begins to rise within the gang's ranks: Micah Bell. As a newcomer, Micah brings with him a kind of unabashed loyalty and a ruthless edge that Dutch, in his growing desperation, seems to find both reassuring and necessary. This shift in Dutch's inner circle doesn't happen overnight. It's a slow transition marked by quiet moments of doubt and whispered conversations until you're already face to face with this drastic change. You can fault Micah for many things, but he is incredible in reading Dutch's vulnerabilities, and he feeds into his paranoia, further isolating Arthur and sowing discord in the group. One of the saddest things is to see how Arthur becomes physically weaker, while Micah's influence grows stronger. It's a haunting juxtaposition. The once unbreakable bond between Arthur and Dutch shows signs of strain, while Micah tightens his hold over Dutch's decisions.
Excuse me?
Was you followed?
You know who you're talking to.
I ain't sure. I ain't sure about much no more. All I know is there's law whenever you're around.
Is that so? Because it seems to me that since you've been riding with us, there ain't been nothing but trouble. Stirring things up all the time, getting in Dutch's ear. Seems wherever you is, there's Pinkertons and vice versa. So you better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or...
Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief where you're heading.
Micah, shut it!
He started it! Dutch says we is to go on with plans to create a diversion. We gotta get some explosives to blow up the bridge. Keep the army out of here a few days.
I think it's a real bad idea.
I don't think Dutch cares too much what you think.
That's clear.
However, it's essential to remember that Dutch's descent into mistrust and paranoia isn't just about individual relationships. It's a reflection of the broader chaos engulfing him. The pressures of leading a gang in a dying era, the challenges of upholding his ideals against mounting odds, and the lurking shadows of betrayal. They all converge, causing Dutch to seek solace in those who echo his desperation, like Micah. This dynamic between Dutch, Arthur, and Micah offers not just drama and conflict, but a deep, soulful exploration into human condition of trust, betrayal, ambition, and the harrowing cost of survival.
We hid, but they took Abigail.
Who did?
Agent Milton and his men took her to Van Horn to be put on a boat and tried for murder.
I am sorry to hear that.
We gotta let her go. John's, well, sorry, son. Without John, she's just bait. Got a bunch of money, Dutch. She's just a girl. They won't do nothing to her. But me and the boys know. Yep. We need to keep riding on this one, Dutch. You know it. Every man here knows
So we
it.
just gonna let the boy be made an orphan?
It ain't like that.
What is it like?
I wanna live, cowpoke. I still got the choice. Dutch, it's just a girl.
You're right.
It's Micah. It pains me to say it, Arthur, but he's right.
In Red Dead Redemption 2, the narrative isn't simply presented. It's embroidered with symbols that weave depth and layers of meaning. One of the most powerful themes of the story is Dutch's passionate resistance against the New World, of course. While trains represent the mechanization of progress, other markers lay bare the shifting dynamics of the era. The vast wilderness, sprawling cities, and magnates like Leviticus Cornwall all serve as signposts of an evolving landscape. Consider the sightings of eagles soaring in the skies as you explore this vast world. They symbolize freedom and a higher perspective, much like Dutch's ambitions and his desire to live free from the shackles of a regulated society. This majestic bird's flight contrasts sharply with the invasion of industrial chains on the ground below. Then there's the campfire, a heartbeat of the gang's daily life. It embodies community, unity, and nostalgia for simpler times. As the world outside changes, the campfire remains a constant, representing Dutch's desire to hold on to a simpler, communal way of life. The landscape is also scarred by the oil operations in the heartlands, representing the merciless extraction in the quest for progress. They underscore humanity's ceaseless ambition, often to nature's detriment. Dutch's disdain for such endeavors highlights his clash with the unchecked capitalism and industrialization. The contrast between the gang's rugged campsites and the modernized cities like Saint-Denis is jarring. The camp, with its closeness to nature, represents a sanctuary of the old ways. In contrast, Saint-Denis is this beacon of the new world, bustling, chaotic, and impersonal. The targeting of Cornwall's assets, like his train, becomes a symbolic act of defiance. Here, Dutch isn't merely resisting a man, but what he represents: industrial might and the relentless march of progress. However, there's a tragic beauty in Dutch's rebellion. Despite his charisma and determination, the storm of the new world is inevitable. His struggle is reminiscent of a valiant warrior facing a force far greater than himself.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this is a civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity, and basic decency was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man, so in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please, and hang the rest of us? Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Van der Linde.
There's a certain depth to Dutch that's hauntingly profound. I genuinely believe he knew, somewhere deep down, that his fight was a losing one. But he wasn't fighting for the gang's dreams, he was fighting for his own. The promises of Tahiti, the grand tales of uncharted territories, these weren't just for the gang. They were, in many ways, for himself. Every time he spoke of a new beginning, I couldn't help but think he was trying to convince himself as much as he was trying to convince the gang. As the world shifted around him, he clung tighter to these visions, these anchors. He was resisting the destruction of his own sense of self, of his purpose. And I can't shake the feeling that for Dutch, it wasn't about the money or even the dream of escaping to some tropical paradise. No, he needed a gang to believe in those things, so he could continue his true battle. His fight wasn't only against the tangible changes of the world, it was against everything those changes represented. His journey isn't just the tale of a gang leader in a changing world, it's the raw human story of a man trying to hold on to his identity, his beliefs, his very essence, when everything around him is telling him to let it go. When I look at Dutch, I see a bit of myself in him. I've had those moments where my dreams felt distant, and the real battle wasn't with the world outside, but with the doubts and fears I faced in my own heart. And as any therapist would point out, the key to facing our challenges is not trying to control everything and everyone around us. Instead, we need to look inside to reflect and understand ourselves better. Unfortunately for Dutch, there were no therapists in the 1890s. His eyes were always set on the world around him, rarely ever looking inward.
New York? We are gonna go to New York. Now, they have been chasing us south and east and west. We're gonna get a boat, we're gonna get on a river, and we're gonna go north.
New York.
Then Tahiti, the Fiji Islands, or this place, New Guinea, dancing girls, freedom. But first, we have to make a whole lot of smoke, a whole lot of commotion. And then we disappear.
We need more commotion?
1 score and 1 whole hell of a lot of noise.
We ain't so good at doing scores anymore, Dutch.
Are you feeling all right, Arthur?
Dutch van der Linde is not just a game character to me. He feels real, representative. He's not only fighting other outlaws, he's taking on the progression of time itself. Every word he says feels heavy, meaningful. His struggle isn't just to stay alive, he's trying to hold on to something bigger, a way of life. A life defined by genuine freedom, real loyalty, and the belief that no dream is too big. But, like all of us, Dutch can't escape time. His once steadfast vision starts to waver, not because of treachery or foes, but because of the world changing around him. Watching him, I felt both compassion and anger as he tries to navigate this chaos. But haven't we all, at some point, felt like we don't belong in today's fast-paced world, filled with social media or other nonsense, and simply longing for simpler moments, or feel anxious about what's next? Dutch, in all his charm and mess, makes me think. His journey into doubt and unpredictability shows how any of us might react when faced with change. At its heart, Red Dead Redemption 2 throws several questions at us, and some of them are not that simple to answer. How do we determine which way of life holds more value? Can we truly say one era, one lifestyle is superior to another? Do we push against the change, or do we roll with it and find where we belong? You know, writing this script made me think more about the aspect of change. When the world's changing all around you, is it worth putting up a fight? Or are we just caught in the tide, trying our best to swim? And what about you, the one who's watching this video? When you look at your own life, as things keep changing, where do you fit in? Are you the one resisting, adapting, or paving new paths? Diving into Dutch's story, I felt like I was exploring more than just a character's arc. It's about life's fleeting moments. It reminds me that we're all trying to keep our balance as life keeps moving, always changing. And as we finish with this retrospective, and Dutch van der Linde becomes a shadow again, I hope we all find our own way, making our mark in the story of time, just like the man who stood up against the incoming tide of a new era, knowing that he can't win.
Then give up, Dutch. But I can't give up, neither. I can't fight my own nature. That's a paradox, John. You see? Then I have to shoot you. When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster. They have to. Because they have to justify their wages. That's their business. Our time has passed, John.
You and me, sons of Dutch, makes us brothers. Sometimes brothers make mistakes.
Joffrey in Game of Thrones, Umbridge in Harry Potter, Commodus in Gladiator, Micah Bell in Red Dead Redemption 2. There's something about these characters that digs under your skin. They aren't the complex villains you sympathize with or admire. No, these are the villains you'd love to hate. The ones whose mere presence fills you with dread and fury, and you're just counting the seconds until someone finally takes them out. Micah Bell falls squarely into this category. From the moment he joins Dutch's gang, you can feel that familiar sense of unease, like a storm is about to roll in. And it does. But why is Micah so effective at making us hate him? What is it about his character that makes our skin crawl in a way that other villains don't? As with any complex character, there's more to Micah than just being the bad guy, because as much as we might detest him, he's a character crafted not only with depth, but potentially more realism than others. Let me show you why Micah Bell is one of the most effective and realistic villains Rockstar has ever created.
Dutch said you was a big shadow cast by a tiny tree.
I don't even know what that means.
I thought you was a tough boy. Not one of those gentlemen trying to protect his riding clothes.
I just know whenever things get real, you turn yellow, lose your head.
Yellow.
Let's be clear from the start. Micah Bell is a man who never pretends to be anything other than what he is, a cold-blooded outlaw. And you can't really judge him for that, considering how brutal the world was back then. While characters like Arthur and John wrestle with morality, loyalty, and their place in the changing world, Micah sees all that as a distraction. He's introduced as this rough gunslinger who quickly gains Dutch's favor. He doesn't make the pretense of being a brother the way Arthur or John do. And while other gang members talk about honor among thieves, Micah's only code is self-preservation. He makes it obvious early on that survival, by any means necessary, is his true guiding principle. In this sense, Micah is almost a mirror to the dying Wild West. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2 is changing rapidly, and the outlaw way of life is becoming obsolete. Towns are industrializing, the government is expanding its reach, and the romanticized era of outlaws is dying. Micah knows this. He isn't weighed down by Dutch's delusions or dreams. Instead, he adapts to the new reality with the ruthless efficiency. I believe Micah's worldview is a logical and unashamed response to the game's setting. As the world moves forward, Micah's ability to let go of outdated notions like gang loyalty makes him better suited for survival. Where Arthur clings to a fading moral compass, Micah thrives in chaos because he's never tied down to anything but himself and his guns.
It ain't Skinny, Micah, it's Norman. Oh.
You always was a letdown, you fat sack of crap! Excuse me a minute, Arthur. Hello, Maddie. They had something of mine. My guns.
This mission is one of the first moments that reveals just how little Micah values human life. It's a powerful scene not only because it shows Micah's brutal nature, but also because it foreshadows the larger role he will play in the gang's eventual unraveling. Micah doesn't just abandon loyalty, he spits in its face. But does this pragmatism, this cold detachment, actually make Micah smarter than the rest of the gang? Arthur fights for loyalty, Dutch fights for a dream, but Micah fights for himself. There's a certain ruthless logic to that, even if it makes him the most hated man in the story. He may be merciless, but he's no mindless thug. His most dangerous weapon isn't his revolver, it's his ability to manipulate those around him. Dutch van der Linde, a man who once spoke of loyalty and family, slowly succumbs to Micah's whispers like Theoden to Wormtongue.
He's not welcome.
Micah's manipulation works on multiple levels. On the surface, he plays the role of the loyal enforcer. He carries out dangerous tasks, takes risks, and wins Dutch's favor by doing what needs to be done. But Micah's real power lies in his understanding of Dutch's psychology. Dutch isn't just a leader, he's a man driven by ego and the need to be in control. Micah senses Dutch's growing insecurities as the gang begins to fracture, and he uses this to his advantage. It's no accident that Micah's influence grows as Dutch becomes more paranoid. Micah feeds Dutch's worst impulses, encouraging him to push away trusted allies like Arthur and Hosea. In this sense, Micah mirrors Iago from Othello, who manipulates Othello by playing on his deepest insecurities. Just as Iago exploits Othello's fear, betrayal, and jealousy, Micah skillfully twists Dutch's growing paranoia, whispering suggestions of disloyalty and undermining the relationships Dutch once relied on. Both characters act like poison, slowly corroding their leader's trust in those around them, while ensuring their own influence grows. Micah stokes Dutch's paranoia, whispering about betrayal and how Arthur is no longer loyal. But Micah is loyal. Micah is good. Micah is the only one you can trust.
Micah is the only one left with any loyalty.
Now, that ain't fair.
You are talking like John. I swear that woman is poisoning him against me. I've seen it before. What's the problem here?
There ain't a problem.
You think Micah would question going after Bronte? No! He'd say, let's go!
I'm here, ain't I? I've been at your side for 20 years.
I know. I'm sorry, son.
This manipulation isn't just about gaining power, it's about sowing chaos. By alienating Dutch from his closest allies, Micah ensures that he remains as the only one Dutch can count on. But here's the question, is Micah the puppet master, or is Dutch just looking for an excuse to go down the dark path he was always headed for? While Micah certainly exploits Dutch's weaknesses, Dutch is far from an innocent victim in this. He was on the road to self-destruction long before Micah arrived, and Micah is just the accelerant that speeds up the process. He hands Dutch the matches, but Dutch is all too eager to light the fire.
Do you have my back? Always, Dutch. But there's more than your back to worry about. We need more money. We've been on the run for months now, and I seen you killing folk in cold blood like you always told me not to, and I'm sorry, but I can't help but think that if we
There is country in Roanoke Ridge past Butcher Creek I believe we could hold.
Okay.
You and Charles, you could take folks up that way. Micah and I need to do some reconnaissance. I ain't got a final plan yet. Arthur, I ain't got it. I just need time. I need time and no traitors.
To understand Micah Bell, we have to look beyond his actions and dive into his psychology. What makes a man like Micah tick? While other characters in Red Dead Redemption 2 show moments of empathy, loyalty, or regret, Micah seems completely devoid of such feelings. He's calculated, ruthless, and driven by a mindset that revolves around survival at all costs. His behavior aligns with traits commonly associated with antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD for short. This disorder is characterized by disregard for others' rights, a lack of empathy, and a willingness to manipulate and exploit those around you for personal gain. If it sounds familiar, it might be because it's a common trait among some of history's most infamous killers. Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, and Jeffrey Dahmer, who exhibited a profound lack of empathy and disregard for societal norms. And it also has been vividly portrayed in films like The Silence of the Lambs, American Psycho, and No Lies, Deceives, and Kills Without Remorse. His lack of empathy is most clearly seen in the way he treats not just enemies or civilians, but members of his own gang. Micah doesn't care about loyalty or brotherhood. He cares about power. And the only way to gain power in his mind is by controlling or eliminating anyone who stands in his way. But Micah isn't just a sociopath. He's also driven by a deep-seated need for control. While Dutch is slowly losing his grip on the gang, Micah is actively trying to seize power. His manipulations aren't just about survival, they're about dominance. And the showdown with Arthur and John is the ultimate expression of his need for control. By the time Arthur and John confront him, Micah isn't just another gang member anymore. He's carved out a position of power and control, standing where Arthur once did, right at Dutch's side. Micah hasn't just gained influence, he has fully replaced Arthur by now.
You talked?
That's a goddamn lie.
Dutch.
Dutch, think of the future.
Milton told me.
And you believe him, Black Lung? You believe him?
It all makes sense now.
No, it damn well doesn't.
Dutch, think.
Dutch, be practical now.
Micah's psychological profile is as dark as it is fascinating. His lack of empathy combined with his manipulative nature and desire for control makes him one of the most dangerous characters in the game. But it's this very ruthlessness that also makes him so compelling. Micah is a reflection of what happens when survival turns into domination, when the need to survive becomes the need to conquer.
Listen, I'm sorry, but we're family now. Arthur, you and me. Sons of Dutch makes us brothers. Sometimes brothers make mistakes.
Arthur and Micah, arguably the two most effective, efficient, and fearsome killers in the Van der Linde gang. But from the moment Micah steps into the gang, Arthur is suspicious of him. Maybe it's instinct, maybe it's experience, or maybe it's because Arthur knows the smell of trouble, and Micah reeks of it. But from day one, Arthur knows something's wrong. The conflict between Micah and Arthur isn't just a clash of personalities. It's a battle of two very different worldviews. On one side you have Arthur, a man who despite all his faults still believes in some kind of honor and loyalty. He spent his life as an outlaw, but there's always been a line he wouldn't cross, a part of him that still clings to a sense of morality. On the other side, you have Micah, someone who sees loyalty and honor as nothing more than vehicles to get where he wants to be. For Micah, survival and self-interest are the only things that matter. If that means betraying those closest to him, so be it. The clash between Micah and Arthur comes to define their interactions throughout the game. Micah pushes the gang toward more extreme actions, while Arthur tries to rein in the chaos. Arthur sees Micah for what he truly is, a threat, not just to the gang's survival, but to its very soul.
Well, how the hell was I to know? Let me see. They set us up once before. They didn't like us. We destroyed their farm. Should I go on?
Go easy on him, Morgan. He was out trying to find a lead, same as you, same as Hosea. All you do is complain when things don't work out, except when it's your goddamn fault.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't give a damn about nobody but yourself.
Oh, you act so high and mighty, but you're no better than the rest of us. I've ridden with you boys close on what, 6 months now? And all you ever done was complain. You can fight, but you can't think.
You can't do either.
Okay, cowpoke.
Bill, take the boy's body. Bury him proper someplace quiet. Micah, best you and I don't speak for a moment.
I'm just so frightened by you.
Get out of my sight, pair of fools.
Arthur's internal struggle is mirrored in escalating conflict with Micah. Where Arthur is looking for redemption, Micah is a constant reminder that redemption might not be possible in the world they live in. Micah mocks Arthur's attempts to do good. In Micah's eyes, Arthur's quest for redemption is pointless, weak even, and this is what makes their conflict so powerful. Arthur's desire to atone for his past runs directly counter to Micah's belief that survival is all that matters. In many ways, Micah is Arthur's dark mirror. Where Arthur tries to seek redemption, Micah is the man Arthur might have become had he given up on any hope of redemption. Their final confrontation isn't just a fight for survival, it's a battle for the soul of the gang and for Arthur's own sense of worth.
Rat! You rat! I'm a survivor, Black Lung! A survivor! That's all there is! Living and dying!
Have you ever been in a toxic relationship? You know, the type of relationship where you start to lose sight of who you are because you're constantly trying to keep someone else happy. I'm old enough to have gone through more than a few of those. Relationships where I didn't even realize I was being manipulated and found myself second-guessing my every move. Whether I should say something as simple as good morning, or if a minor discussion over what to have for dinner would blow up into a full-blown argument. It's these type of relationships where you start questioning if you're even allowed to feel hurt or frustrated, convincing yourself that maybe you're the one who's the problem. I've dealt with partners who use psychological, emotional, and physical abuse to keep control, twisting every situation to make it seem like I was the problem, isolating me from my friends, family, and things that actually grounded me. And over a long period of time, you experience Stockholm Syndrome, where you begin to rationalize the abuse and even defend the very person who's hurting you, convincing yourself that they're the only one who truly understands you. But relationships don't have to be romantic to be toxic. Therefore, I believe the relationship between Micah and Dutch is not only manipulative and enabling, it's also deeply toxic.
Was you followed? No. Was you followed? I said no.
Okay.
What is your problem?
What is your problem, partner? You don't look so good.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me. I'm fit as a fiddle.
And not inside you ain't.
I'm just a realist, friend.
Micah reckons there's a rat.
Oh, does he? On what evidence?
He's only back a minute. Pinkerton show up.
We've been on the run since you two fools went crazy in Blackwater. We barely escaped with our lives in Saint Denis. Now we got a rat.
Well, Molly clearly talked, but who else?
Maybe we pushed things too hard. Maybe time for folks like us is past. We don't need a rat. We got sloppier than the town drunk, and they know who we are, and where we are, and what we're doing.
Way I see it, best thing we can do is let the week go. Move on, get our money, and start over.
Dutch's trust in Micah is based on a lie, but it's a lie Dutch desperately wants to believe. Micah flatters Dutch, telling him that the others are losing faith, that they aren't loyal anymore. He convinces Dutch that the only way forward is through more extreme actions, pushing the gang to take riskier and even more violent jobs. The irony is that Dutch, who once led with conviction and ideals, becomes little more than a pawn in Micah's game. Seeing Dutch becoming a shadow of his former self, manipulated by the one person who never even cared about the gang in the first place. Micah's betrayal of Dutch is perhaps the ultimate betrayal. Not because it's unexpected, but because it's inevitable. Dutch's refusal to see the truth about Micah is what ultimately leads to his downfall. And by the time he realizes it, there's no going back.
They came and took Abigail. I saved Jack. We hid, but they took Abigail.
Who did?
Agent Milton and his men took her to Van Horn to be put on a boat and tried for murder.
I am sorry to hear that.
We gotta let her go. John's, well, sorry, son. Without John, she's just bait. Got a bunch of money, Dutch. She's just a girl. They won't do nothing to her. But me and the boys know.
Yep.
We need to keep riding on this one, Dutch. You know it. Every man here knows
So we
it.
just gonna let the boy be made an orphan?
It ain't like that.
What is it like?
I wanna live, cowpoke. I still got the choice. Dutch, it's just a girl.
You're right.
It's Micah. It pains me to say it, Arthur, but he's right.
Micah Bell is more than just a villain within the Vanderland gang. He's a symbol of the end of an era. The game is set at a time when the frontier is being tamed, railroads are crisscrossing the landscape, and the law enforcement is expanding its reach. In this evolving world, people like Dutch and Arthur are relics, clinging to a romanticized vision of the outlaw life that simply no longer holds up. In contrast, Micah is the embodiment of this new world. He doesn't care about the old codes of honor or the ideals that Dutch and Arthur hold dear. For him, it's about surviving and thriving in this world, regardless of what lines he has to cross. And in many ways, Micah is better suited for the world that's emerging, a world where self-interest, ruthlessness, and pragmatism rule. In fact, Micah's betrayal of the gang is a reflection of the larger betrayal that's happening to the outlaw way of life. The game repeatedly shows us that the Old West is dying, and the gang's downfall mirrors this cultural shift. As the Vanderland gang crumbles, so too does the romantic notion of the outlaw, something Dutch can't accept, but Micah has already figured out.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this is a civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity, and basic decency was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man. So in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please, and hang the rest of us? Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Van der Linde.
While Micah may believe that he's ahead of the curve, his refusal to evolve in any meaningful way ultimately makes him as much a relic as Dutch. His nihilistic approach to life, taking whatever he can, whenever he can, leaves him without a purpose, without a cause, and without any real future. He might be a survivor, but survival without meaning leaves him empty.
Hello, Scarface. Did you miss me?
Not much.
Been a few years. How's that, whore of yours?
She's good. Didn't reckon I should waste my time killing you. But I felt different.
So it seems. Well, maybe after all this is over, I'll go pay her a call. And the boy.
Whatever you say.
Micah's final stand is fitting for a character like him. He's holed up in a desolate, snow-covered mountain, far removed from civilization, just as he's been removed from any sense of loyalty or morality throughout the game. The landscape itself mirrors Micah's isolation and the cold emptiness of his worldview. But what makes this moment so powerful is that John is not the only one who's paying Micah a social visit.
You got me! Just like old times, All manner of folk paying social calls.
Hello, son. Mrs. Adler. It's been quite a while.
What makes this confrontation so powerful is Dutch's role in it. Dutch's silence as he watches the standoff unfold speaks volumes. For so long, Dutch has been blind to Micah's manipulations, but in this moment, he's finally confronting the truth about Micah and the damage he's caused.
Say something, Dutch! Say something!
I ain't got too much to say no more.
You shot me. You shot me pretty good.
Thank you.
This moment of Dutch pulling the trigger and walking away symbolizes the final death of the gang, the collapse of Dutch's dream, and his ultimate failure as a leader. Micah's death, while deeply satisfying for players, also carries a sense of tragedy. His actions didn't just destroy the gang, they left scars on everyone involved: Arthur, John, and even Dutch. In the end, Micah's downfall is the final blow to the gang that was once family, the last chapter in the tragic story of how loyalty and brotherhood were shattered by greed, manipulation, and self-interest. Micah represents the antithesis of everything Dutch, Arthur, and John fought for, whether it was family, redemption, or freedom. His legacy is one of betrayal, nihilism, and the hollow pursuit of power. But even with all the layers of writing that went into crafting Micah Bell, there's no denying that without Peter Blomquist, Micah wouldn't have the same impact. The script can give you the words, but it's the actor who brings them to life. And Blomquist did far more than just read lines. He embodied the essence of everything that made Micah so detestable. From the moment we hear Micah's voice, Blomquist gives him an edge, a sneering, cocky tone that makes you want to punch the screen. His delivery isn't over the top, it's subtle, yet cunning. Whether Micah is manipulating Dutch or taunting Arthur, Blomquist infuses every line with just enough malice to make you feel it in your gut. That's the power of great voice acting. It turns a character on paper into someone who feels disturbingly real. In fact, so real that Blomqvist himself wanted to take care of him.
You're probably the first ever video game villain I've actually really despised and really wanted to punch in the face.
Thank you.
When I was on the controller and got up on that hill, I was just like, you. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like, it was just like that.
Thank you. That's how I felt when I played the game.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Really meta, right?
Yeah, no, I shot myself in the face, and then I'm in the bathroom and I going, what do I do, you know? Who's Micah? Who's Peter? I don't know anymore. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah.
What's even more impressive is how consistent Blomqvist's performance is. He never lets Micah soften or become sympathetic, which is exactly what makes him so effective. Micah is the one character in Red Dead Redemption 2 who never wavers, never shows vulnerability, and Blomqvist captures that sociopathic resolve perfectly. There's not a single moment where you think, maybe he'll change. Every word, every sneer reinforces the idea that Micah is irredeemable. And in that sense, he's flawless. And Peter Blomqvist is no stranger to giving life to darker types of characters. Outside of Micah, he's also appeared in LA Noire, where he portrayed a different kind of manipulator.
Dr. Harlan Fontaine.
He's Dr. Fontaine. Could I have a word?
Of course, young man.
I really enjoyed your lecture, Doctor. Psychiatry seems to have a tremendous amount to offer.
Why, thank you. I'm always happy to receive acknowledgement for my work. The mind is the last great mystery in medicine.
He's a very sweet, kind, and loving man.
In the end, Blomqvist didn't just give Micah Bell a voice, he gave him a presence. He brought a level of authenticity that made Micah stand out. Without him, Micah Bell might have been just another villain. With him, he became one of the most memorable villains in modern gaming.
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called...
Hey, Molly, where's Dutch?
Well, however it goes.
I'm not sure all that line of thought serves you or me very well.
That's because, Cowpoke, you are a man of profoundly limited intelligence.
In many ways, Micah represents the worst parts of human nature. Selfishness, manipulation, treachery. And it's because we see those traits so clearly in him that our reaction is so visceral. We don't hate Micah because he's larger than life. We hate him because he's so disturbingly real. He's the character who reminds us that villains don't always need grand motivations or tragic backstories. Sometimes it's the ones who thrive on simple cruelty that make the strongest impression. And maybe that's the genius behind Micah Bell. He doesn't need a redemption arc to make his mark. His impact comes from the way he forces us to face betrayal in its rawest form. But there's one thing for certain that you have to admit. Micah Bell is a villain that stays with you. Not because you understand him, but because you never want to.
Yeah, like I said, big shadow, tiny tree.
And like I said, that still don't mean nothing. Get out of here.
They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
When you think about the greatest female characters in fiction, certain names keep coming up like clockwork. Ellen Ripley from Alien, Sarah Connor from Terminator, the Bride from Kill Bill. All these women are iconic, not just because they're badass, but because they're layered. They're human. They've got arcs that don't just elevate them, but in some ways redefine how we think about female characters in popular media. And while Hollywood nowadays loves to crank out these strong female leads, most of them end up being less like characters and more like branding exercises. They're not people with flaws, contradictions, or actual inner lives. They're bullet points like, she can fight, or she don't need no man, turn into screenplay form. And it doesn't feel empowering, it feels shallow. Like Kendall Jenner solves police brutality with a Pepsi shallow. And this is exactly why Sadie Adler from Red Dead Redemption 2 hit me like a goddamn train. Because in a game filled with unforgettable characters, Arthur, Dutch, John, Micah, Sadie stands tall not only as the best female character Rockstar ever wrote, but honestly one of the best written women in gaming period, and maybe even fiction as a whole. Let me show you why. When you first meet Sadie, she's not a gunslinging outlaw, she's not one of the gang, she's not even introduced in a blaze of glory. Instead, she's huddled in a cabin, her husband freshly murdered, her life ripped apart. It's brutal, but it's also quiet. And that's what makes it so effective. Rockstar could have gone the easy route and made Sadie show up already hardened, already capable. But they don't. Instead, they start with devastation. They give you a woman at the absolute lowest point in her life, where she's nothing more than a cornered animal. And then they let you watch her rebuild herself, piece by piece, in the ashes of everything she's lost. And this isn't some Disney-style loss as motivation moment where the trauma is just backstory. No, you get to witness moments of her grief, her anger, her rage. And most importantly, you see how she chooses to channel it. She doesn't crumble, she doesn't fade into the background. She transforms. Not immediately, but slowly, over time.
Okay, here we are.
So, what's the plan? I shoot the shopkeeper while you...
No! You insane?
I thought we was outlaws.
Outlaws, not idiots. We rob fools that rob other people. These people, they're just trying to get by. So you head on in there and you buy some food to eat. And no guns.
You're sure?
This time, there'll be time for killing soon enough.
You can feel the awkwardness of someone trying to find not just their footing, but in general to figure out who they are now. They can't just be the person they were. It's impossible. It's this slow burn evolution that makes Sadie stand out from almost every other female character in gaming. Think about it. How often do you see women in games or movies who are written like checklists? They're the fighter, or the love interest. Or worse, they're the character who exists just to get fridged so the male protagonist has something to be sad about. Sadie dodges all those traps. Instead, what you get is something rare. A woman whose arc is allowed to breathe. She's allowed to be messy. She's allowed to be angry. She's allowed to make mistakes. And through all that, she becomes something so much more powerful than just a stock, strong female lead. She becomes real. And the best part is, Sadie doesn't become the female Arthur Morgan. She doesn't just take the mold of the male protagonist and slap a new coat of paint on it. Her arc is different. Her reasons for fighting, for surviving, for becoming who she is, they're rooted in her experiences as a woman in that brutal, lawless world. And Rockstar actually acknowledges that without ever turning her into some kind of symbol. Sadie isn't all women. She's not meant to be the universal representation. She's Sadie Adler, and she exists for herself. That might sound obvious, but in an industry where female characters are often forced to carry the burden of standing in for everyone, that's sadly rare. And by the time you see her fully emerge as an outlaw in her own right, it feels earned. You watch her bleed for it. You watch her claw her way to it. And that's why when Sadie finally picks up a gun, it doesn't just feel cathartic. It feels inevitable that this is her new path.
I don't want no pity. Just treat me equal and know nobody's taking nothing from me ever again.
Mm-hmm. Just don't kill the camp cook. Please.
Hey there!
Hey.
What you folks up to?
Just heading home.
You're in Lemoyne Raider country.
Keep it cool.
You need to pay a toll to pass through here.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? How about you pull over right now?
Pull over?
That's what I said.
Hey, how's about this?
If Red Dead Redemption 2 is a story about anything, it's about people trapped in a world that doesn't want them anymore. Outlaws running out of road. And within that group, every member of the Van der Linde gang serves as a mirror, a way to look at the same struggle from different angles. Arthur, the conflicted soldier, John, the reluctant family man, Dutch, the delusional leader. And then you get Sadie, who bursts into this world like a wild animal backed into a corner. And her presence changes the chemistry of the camp. At first, she doesn't really belong. She's this grieving widow hanging around people who, let's be honest, have zero reason to keep her alive. If this were a harsher story, Sadie would have been discarded in the snow. But the gang takes her in, and it's not necessarily due to kindness or altruism. It's survival with a mix of Dutch's way of building his gang. Arthur in particular becomes this strange anchor for her. But she doesn't fall into the trap of being a love interest for him. She's not there to soothe Arthur's pain or to replace Mary, or to make his story more tragic in some way. Instead, she and Arthur build this mutual respect based on something simple. They recognize the fire in each other. Arthur sees in Sadie the same kind of rage he carries, that heavy cocktail of grief, anger, and defiance against the world and what it has taken. And Sadie sees in Arthur the one thing she lacks: restraint. It's this give and take that makes their relationship compelling. Take some of the missions where Arthur rides out with her. She's impatient, ready to strike, ready to burn down everything just to feel something other than grief. And over time, Arthur becomes like a mentor to her. You can't just charge into every fight head first. But at the same time, he doesn't try to break her spirit. He doesn't tell her to calm down, to be ladylike, or to suppress her rage. He respects it. He respects her. He just doesn't want that rage to fully consume her. This relationship works because it avoids cliches. Sadie doesn't become Arthur's student in the traditional sense, and Arthur doesn't become her savior. Instead, they push each other towards something resembling balance. She reminds Arthur what it means to fight, not out of obligation to Dutch or the gang, but because sometimes people need killing, because you decide it's the right thing to do. And Arthur reminds Sadie that survival isn't just about vengeance. It's about choosing your battles so you can live to see the next one. But there's also this tenderness to this relationship between them. One of the things that stuck with me is how protective Arthur becomes of her. Not in a patronizing way, but because he recognizes that she's walking a razor's edge. The world already took everything from her, and now she's building herself out of violence. Arthur knows what that does to a person. He's lived it. And in some ways, you can feel him silently hoping she doesn't end up like him. Hollowed out, living only for the next score or for some far-off dream of freedom. That's why when Arthur's health starts failing, and his arc becomes this slow spiral towards tragedy, it's powerful that Sadie is one of the few people he trusts to carry on. Because in a story about loss, betrayal, and disillusionment, Sadie is proof that sometimes from the ashes, something strong enough to survive can emerge.
I ain't chopping vegetables for a living.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Was there insufficient feathers in your pillow?
I ain't lazy, Mr. Morgan. I'll work, but not this.
Well, ain't cooking work?
My husband and I, we shared the work. All of it. I was out in the fields. I can hunt, carry a knife, or use a gun. But I tell you, you keep me here, I'll skin this fat old coot and serve him for dinner.
Watch your damn mouth, you crazy goddamn fishwife! Enough, both of you! Well, come with me then. You want to head out there, run with the men? So be it. But we do more than just hunting. We're hunted. And them things hunting us, well, they got guns of their own.
I ain't afraid of dying.
Good. You need anything, Mr. Pearson? Maybe me and Mrs. Adler are gonna take a little ride.
Yeah, sure. Here's my list, and can you post this letter for me while you're there?
Sure. Come on, princess. Are you coming with me then, woman?
Her presence also has this ripple effect on the gang dynamic as a whole. She doesn't have the baggage of years under Dutch's spell like the others. She doesn't buy into this bullshit mythology about the last score or a life of freedom. She doesn't care. Sadie's motivations is pure survival, pure vengeance, pure forward momentum. And that makes her both dangerous and refreshing. Of course, she's appreciative of being saved by Dutch, but it doesn't mean she believes his vision. She's only loyal to herself. In that sense, Sadie is almost like an audience surrogate. While everyone else is trapped in Dutch's cult of personality, Sadie's the one saying what we're all thinking. What the hell are you people even doing here? She cuts through the bullshit. She questions Dutch. She sees Micah for the snake he is. She's unburdened by nostalgia or unconditional loyalty. And that makes her one of the most sane voices in the whole goddamn game. And speaking of audience, if you made it this far, you're my type of people. Make sure to subscribe, and let's keep going. By embedding Sadie into the gang, Rockstar created this fascinating tension. Because she's both insider and outsider. She rides with the crew, she fights with them, but she's never one of them. She's something different, she's something more raw, and that perspective is what allows her to grow into her own instead of being swallowed by Dutch's doomed family.
How are you? Been quite a journey since I joined you fellas.
Yes.
And now you and Dutch have joined high society. Oh, Lord above.
Yeah, it seems so.
I think my days in polite society are over.
Well, I just saw Bill Williamson at a party at the San Denise's mayor's house. If he can do it, anyone can.
You get any leads?
Yeah, I think so.
You know so, Arthur Morgan. Come on, we need to talk. Mrs. Adler, will you excuse us?
When you gonna let me come robbing with you, Dutch?
My lord, a few more like her, we could take over the whole world.
A few more like her, there wouldn't be much of a world left.
Yes, perhaps.
The problem with the way most female characters are written in big-budget media today is pretty simple. They're not people. They're ideas. They're a representation. They're neat little corporate-approved slogans in human form. You've probably seen it 100 times. She's quippy, flawless in combat, and conveniently has no interior life beyond reminding the audience that, hey, women can be heroes too. And yeah, women should be heroes. Nobody's arguing otherwise. But when you flatten a character into one-dimensional nothing but talking points, what you end up isn't empowerment. It's a cardboard cutout. It's a mannequin in a leather jacket. That's why so many of these characters vanish from memory the moment the credits roll. They're built to serve an agenda, not to live as characters. And the irony is that it ends up doing the very opposite of what it sets out to achieve. Instead of showing women as complex and human, it reduces them into brands. We, as humans, are flawed. Our flaws makes us human. And thankfully, Sadie Adler is not designed to be an icon. She's not there to carry the weight of all women everywhere on her back. She's not spouting one-liners of not needing a man while dodging bullets in slow motion. She's grieving. She's angry. She's complicated. She's petty. She's violent. She's loyal but only on her terms. In other words, she's a person. And that makes her infinitely more powerful than any flawless comedy-written action figures. What makes Sadie great isn't that she can kill a dozen men with dual pistols. Though she can, and it's terrifying, it's that we know why she's doing it. We know the pain that fuels her. We know the way she's remaking herself from the ground up because she doesn't see another option. And even when her choices are horrifying, we understand them because they make sense for who she is. And let's be real, Sadie is not a role model. She's not somebody you'd want your daughter to grow up to be. But that's exactly why she works. Because the best characters, Ripley, Sarah Connor, the Bride, they weren't role models either. They were survivors. They were people caught in situations that forced them to evolve into something terrifyingly capable. Compare that to what we get today, where the word strong has been boiled down to a single dimension: physical power. But strength isn't just muscle. It isn't just being able to beat up the bad guys. Strength is resilience. Not in the absence of pain, but the growth that comes from it. Strength is transformation, even if you're forced to become someone you never planned on being. Strength is deciding and living with your choices. Strength is picking up your teeth from the floor and asking yourself what the fight was worth. Sadie embodies strength not because she's untouchable, but because she was broken, and she built herself back up slowly through mistakes. She's still broken, but it's expressed differently now. And none of this happens from her seeking anyone else's approval. She doesn't do it to live up to Arthur's respect or Dutch's vision. She does it because she has nothing left to lose. And that kind of motivation is far scarier and far more believable than the sanitized motivations we see handed to so many female leads today. And maybe some people might argue that Sadie isn't the kind of character we should celebrate because she's too violent, too extreme, too consumed by vengeance. And maybe that's a fair point. But here's my counter. Since when does every female character have to be inspirational? Since when do they have to be a positive representation first and a character second? We don't hold male characters to that standard. Nobody watched Tony Montana and Scarface and said, "Oh yes, this is the kind of man young boys should look up to." Nobody played GTA 5 and argued that Trevor Phillips was a bad male representation. They're compelling because they're messed up. They're human. they're interesting. So why is it that when we get female character like Sadie, the first instinct is to ask whether she's a good representation? Why can't she just be compelling in her own right? Without trying to turn Sadie into a symbol, Rockstar managed to write a character that's allowed to be herself. And because of that, she ends up being more authentic, more iconic, and honestly more empowering than the cardboard action doll studios keep trying to sell us.
This is it.
You okay?
Peachy?
You sure?
No, I ain't sure.
You still working?
Is anybody still working? The whole goddamn place full of people bickering, fighting and lying. It makes me real sad.
I know. I need someone to ride with me.
Do what?
Finish off them O'Driscolls. I hear the last of them is holed up at Hanging Dog Ranch.
I don't have it in me no more. I saw Colm swing. I just don't care.
I was a married woman. You know what they did to me. And to my husband? You're the only one of these fools that I trust. I've got to do this.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it, but there's something you could help me with.
Sure.
You, me, and John. This whole thing is pretty much done, but Dutch still has our money hidden away, so...
How do you mean?
When the time comes, just be ready.
What do you mean?
I mean, if we can get out of here with money, you and me, we ain't... We're more ghosts than people. And none of that loyalty matters.
Jesus. Okay. I'm with you.
Well, then you got yourself a gun. What's left of one.
Thank you, Arthur.
When you strip it all down, Sadie Adler is a story about grief. That's her DNA. And the way Rockstar handles that is what elevates her beyond almost any other revenge-driven character I can think of. Because let's face it, revenge is one of the oldest stories in the book. You kill my family, I kill you back. It's Shakespeare. It's pulp westerns. It's basically every second action movie. But what most of those stories get wrong is how they treat grief as a switch. Somebody suffers a loss, they flip the switch, and bam! Now they're a hardened warrior. That's not how grief works. Grief is messy, it's contradictory, it eats you alive and leaves you with nothing. And then, if you're still standing, it shapes you into something you barely recognize. And that's what we see with Sadie. Sadie doesn't just channel her grief, she becomes it. She reinvents herself as an outlaw not because she wants to, not because it's a dream or destiny, but because it's the only way she can keep breathing. Every gunfight, every raid, every body she leaves in the dirt, it's all her way of refusing to let grief bury her alive. And yet what makes it so compelling is that Rockstar never glamorizes it. Sadie's violence is cathartic. Sure, who doesn't love storming a Driscoll camp with her at your side? But there's also something deeply unsettling about it. Because you realize pretty quickly, Sadie isn't healing, she's escalating. She's digging deeper into her rage because the second she stops fighting, she has to sit with her loss. That's what makes her terrifying. She's not fighting to win. She's fighting because she just can't stop. And if that sounds familiar, it's because it echoes some of the greatest revenge-driven characters we've ever seen. Just like the Bride in Kill Bill, or even John Wick. But here's the difference. Those characters are written like myths. They're hyper-stylized, almost operatic in the way they turn grief into violence. Sadie, by contrast, feels grounded, messy, unpolished. You can believe this woman exists. And that's why she's so haunting. Because we don't cheer for her when she gets her revenge. We worry about her. We know what it's doing to her soul. We know she's not coming back from this.
Piece of shit!
You okay?
Yeah. He was a good man, my Jakey. sweet on one another.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I miss him every day, every moment. They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
I ain't even got that.
Aside from my Jake, you're the best man I've known.
I know the company you keep. The competition ain't too fierce.
The really brilliant part is how Arthur becomes the audience stand-in for this tension. He's the one saying what we're thinking, and it raises an uncomfortable question. Is Sadie actually surviving her grief, or is she just delaying it? Is this transformation a victory, or is it a slow burn tragedy with a singular destination? That ambiguity is what makes her so much richer than the average revenge character. Because she's not just about vengeance, she's about the psychology of loss. About how trauma doesn't just scar you, it rebuilds you into someone else entirely. And sometimes that someone else is dangerous, both to the world around you and you yourself. One of the most chilling things about Sadie is how by the end of the game, she feels almost alien compared to who we met at the start. That grieving widow in the cabin is gone, dead, buried. In her place is this cold, sharp, unstoppable force. And the scariest part is that she doesn't even want to go back. She doesn't want to heal. She doesn't want to soften. She's comfortable being the blade her grief forged. And maybe that's the truest, rawest take on grief I've ever seen in a game. Because not everyone comes out of loss a better person. Not everyone finds peace. Some people only find fire. And Sadie is fire.
Colm O'Driscoll, may God, in his infinite wisdom, have mercy upon your soul. Whenever you are ready.
Now you know how it feels to watch somebody you love die. You ruined my life!
The Western has always been about men. Gunslingers, sheriffs, outlaws, drifters. Men against the wilderness, men against each other, men against time itself. And women? In classic Westerns they have usually existed in one of three flavors. The damsel. She's the one kidnapped by bandits, tied to the railroad tracks, or held hostage so the hero has something to fight for. She's less a character than a plot device. The Madonna. The pure, virtuous woman waiting back in town. She represents civilization, the home, the family, the domestic life the cowboy will either embrace or reject. The fallen woman, usually a saloon girl or prostitute, marked by tragedy, and doomed to either die for her sins or exist as a temptation the hero resists. Those roles have been recycled for over a century, both in Hollywood and in games inspired by it. And to be blunt, they're pretty fucking boring. They're limiting. They reinforce the idea that women in the West only existed in relation to men, as prizes, as burdens, as background. And on the surface, Sadie's story begins in a similar archetype. The widow. Her husband is killed, her home is burned, she's hopeless in the snow. If this were a John Ford film from the 1950s, that's where her story would end. She'd either fade into mourning off-screen, or serve as motivation for a male hero to do the avenging. But thankfully Rockstar flips that old trope. Instead of being the reason for someone else's story, Sadie claims the narrative for herself. Her husband's death isn't the prologue to Arthur's revenge, it's the prologue to hers. The widow doesn't fade, she fights. She enters the outlaw mythos on her own terms. And once she does, she's not slotted in any of those old archetypes. She doesn't become the love interest, she doesn't become the moral compass, she doesn't become the prostitute with a heart of gold. She becomes something Westerns almost never allowed women to be. A gunslinger in her own right. And this isn't just window dressing. Sadie's presence actively challenges the men around her. She forces Arthur, Dutch, John, and even the player to reckon with the fact that women aren't bound to the sidelines of the Western myth, that they can carry the same rage, the same violence, the same outlaw spirit, and in some cases even more purely than the men who've been corrupted by ego, nostalgia, or dreams of Tahiti. Think about it. By the end of Red Dead 2, Dutch is delusional, Arthur is dying, John is torn between two lives, and Micah is, well, exactly who you expected him to be. The men of the gang are unraveling, while Sadie is sharper than ever. She's not weighed down by Dutch's lies or the dream of the last score. She has already burned her own life to the ground, so there's nothing left to cling to. That makes her the most dangerous and the most free of all of them. In many ways, Sadie is the Western archetype pushed to its logical extreme. She's the gunslinger born from trauma, the outlaw forged in blood, the survivor who refuses to be domesticated. But because she's a woman, her very existence in that role feels like a rebellion against the genre itself. She's a living rejection of the damsel Madonna prostitute trinity. And what's so powerful about this is that Rockstar doesn't frame it like a gimmick. They don't hang a lantern on it with a dialogue like, "Oh wow, you're a woman who can shoot?" The game just lets her be. She kills, she leads, she fights, and the world adjusts around her. That normalization is more subversive than any big speech could ever be. By the end of the game, Sadie feels less like a character who exists within the Western genre, and more like a challenge to it. A reminder that history was full of women who didn't fit into these shitty Hollywood molds. Like Pearl Hart, who robbed a stagecoach in men's clothing in 1899 and became a media sensation. Or Belle Starr, the bandit queen who was a notorious gunslinger at the time. She also served as an inspiration for Black Belle, who you meet in the game. The fact that we so rarely see them represented properly as actual human beings says more about the genre's limitation than it does about reality. Sadie Adler in that sense isn't just one of the greatest female characters in gaming. She's one of the greatest Western characters, period, because she reclaims space in a genre that has spent over a century pretending she didn't exist.
Come on now, Micah. At least die like a man.
Hellfire. It's just like old times.
Come on. You turn around and start walking.
You got me. Just like old times. All manner of folk paying social calls.
In the epilogue, when John is trying to piece together his life, building a ranch, raising Jack, doing the whole normal life thing, it's Sadie who drags him back into the outlaw world. Not because she's reckless, not because she's addicted to the life, but because she chooses it. By that point, Sadie's transformation is complete. She's no longer the grieving widow trying to find her footing. She's a professional, a mercenary, a bounty hunter, someone who doesn't just survive in chaos, she thrives in it. And that choice matters, because John spends the epilogue wrestling with whether he can ever leave violence behind. He wants peace, but violence keeps dragging him back. Sadie is the opposite. She doesn't even want peace. The idea of going back to some quiet domestic life makes no sense to her. What's left to build? Who would she even build it for? Violence isn't dragging her back. It's where she wants to be. The contrast is powerful because it reframes what survival means. For John, survival means settling down, reclaiming family, becoming someone better. For Sadie, survival means embracing the fire, because without it, she's nothing. And that's both beautiful and heartbreaking. It's beautiful because we see a woman who refuses to be defined by what was taken from her, and instead defines herself by what she chooses to become. But it's heartbreaking because you realize Sadie will never find peace. She's destined to keep moving, keep fighting, keep burning until there's nothing left. And maybe she wouldn't want it any other way, but as players, as people, we can't help but wonder what her life might have been if she chose differently. This is where Sadie cements herself as one of the greatest characters Rockstar has ever written, because her endgame doesn't tie up neatly. It doesn't give us the comfortable, "and then she lived happily ever after." Instead, it leaves us with a paradox. Sadie survived. She won. But what she won is a life most of us would see as unbearable. That's why when the game ends, she doesn't feel gone. She feels unfinished, like she's still out there. Sadie's endgame also forces us to look back at larger themes of Red Dead 2. The game is obsessed with the question of freedom. Dutch preaches it constantly. Arthur struggles with it. John chases it in its own way. But Sadie actually achieves it. She's free in the truest, most terrifying sense of the word. No family, no loyalty, no illusions. It's freedom without peace, survival without healing, and it's brilliant because it's messy. It's not aspirational, but it's unforgettable. And maybe that's the real legacy of Sadie Adler. She's not the kind of character who teaches you how to live. She's the kind of character who forces you to confront what survival really costs.
They must be camping down there.
Why are they hanging around?
Probably waiting for a boat. There's supposed to be a storm coming through, so maybe that's delayed them?
Perhaps. So what do we do now?
I'm gonna go get them.
You.
Me. You just cover me. I ain't getting you killed out there.
But it's okay for you?
I wanna die. And besides, those bastards don't look that tough.
So why does Sadie Adler stand out when so many other characters and games and movies and shows fade into the background? It's not because she's the toughest. Ripley fought aliens, Sarah Connor fought the apocalypse, the Bride cut her way through an army of assassins. Sadie's kill count is high, but that's not what makes her unforgettable. Sadie's unforgettable because she feels real, because she's messy, because her arc is both inspiring and horrifying, cathartic and tragic, empowering and unsettling, all at once. She's not a checkbox strong female lead, she's not a backdrop for a man's story, she's not a symbol, she's a person. And that's what makes her so rare. In a medium that keeps giving us women as archetypes, as mascots, as marketing slogans, Sadie Adler cuts through all of that. She isn't there to reassure us, she isn't there to flatter us. She's there to remind us of something truer and harder, that strength costs, and that survival leaves scars. And that's why, when I think about the greatest female characters I've ever seen, Sadie Adler most definitely stands among the best.
I think I need to be alone for a bit.
I understand. You, might want to get yourself cleaned up.
Thank you, Arthur.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man. So in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
I don't think there's a single character in fiction that I have thought about more than Arthur Morgan. On the surface, he might seem like your typical gunslinging outlaw, a man of few words and unapproachable. But as you peel back the layers, you find a man wrestling with his own morality, a man shaped by, and at the same time shaping the world on the brink of change. And it's not just Arthur. Red Dead Redemption 2, at first glance, might seem like just another open world game. You might even write it off as a GTA game that's just set in cowboy times. But that's like saying a diamond is just a shiny rock. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a Pandora's box of stories, a canvas painted with the brushstrokes of 1,000 tiny details that breathe life into a world both beautiful and brutal. From the way the snow crumples under the horse's hooves, to the subtle changes in NPC behavior based on your actions, this game doesn't just create a world, it invites you to live in it. It's a world where side missions aren't just tasks, but stories that weave into the larger narrative, where your choices at the campfire shape the bonds you form with your gang. So if you're wondering why you should dive into this game even 5 years after its release, it's because Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't just a journey, it's a masterpiece that rewrites the rules of what a game can be in almost every aspect. Let me show you why you should play Red Dead Redemption 2.
Listen to me. We don't want to kill any of you. Any more of you. I give you my word, but trust me, we will.
I work for Leviticus Cornwall.
Come on, boys.
We got our orders.
Okay, you asked for it.
We ain't
5,
opening this door.
4, 3, 2, 1. Seems our friends have gone deaf. Wake them up a little.
To put it in perspective, Red Dead 2 came out at the end of 2018, while this came out this year and also counts as an open world game. In an industry where titles can age like milk, Red Dead Redemption 2 ages like fine wine. It's a stark contrast to the fleeting charms of some of the latest Far Cry or the Assassin's Creed titles, since they often take a cookie-cutter approach to their quote-unquote open world games. Copy-paste enemy outposts, repetitive side missions with no meaning, and worlds that, while large, lack depth and meaningful interaction. Red Dead 2, on the other hand, crafts a narrative-rich landscape. Here, every NPC has their own life, not just a scripted line. Missions aren't just waypoints, they're experiences that weave into the fabric of a living world. Where games like Ghost Recon Wildlands have been praised for their scale, Red Dead 2 matches this with unparalleled attention to detail. From its dynamic weather affecting gameplay, to wildlife that behaves with startling realism, Rockstar just simply set a new standard for open world games. And it isn't just a journey through the Wild West, it's a time capsule that transports us to the turn of the 20th century. This era, balancing between the fading old frontier and the rise of modern America, is portrayed with a rare authenticity in gaming. This world, from the snowy peaks of the Grizzlies to the swamps of Lemoyne, is a microcosm of a nation in transition. You see this in the clash of landscapes. The untamed wilderness sits uneasily alongside the encroaching industrialization. It's a world where the freedom of the open range is being slowly boxed in by the relentless march of progress.
Okay, there she is. A real city. The future.
Big cities, they're
always repellent.
Exactly.
I'll find you in there. Go see what you can figure out.
Yes.
In Saint Denis, you witness the future arriving rapidly. Electric trams, bustling sidewalks, and a grandiose architecture speak of a new world, one that's leaving the likes of Arthur Morgan and the Van der Linde gang behind. The city is a character in its own right, a symbol of the new order that's sweeping across the land. But the game doesn't just show us the changing face of America, it immerses us in the cultural melting pot that was the late 19th century. You encounter communities of immigrants, each clinging to their traditions while forging a new identity in this land of opportunity. The game's attention to dialects, clothing, and customs adds layers of depth to these interactions. The environmental storytelling in Red Dead 2 is also unparalleled. Abandoned gold mines, derelict homesteads, and forgotten battlefields. Each tells a story of dreams made and broken. The world is littered with relics of the past, each a powerful reminder of the relentless tide of history. This setting also serves as a backdrop for the game's exploration of themes like freedom, loyalty, and the corrupting influence of power. The Vanishing Frontier mirrors the personal journeys of characters like Arthur and Dutch, men who are running out of space in a world that no longer has a room for their kind. The game's portrayal of Native American communities offers a stark commentary on the era's injustices. Reservations and broken treaties are not just historical footnotes here, they're lived experiences for characters you meet, adding a layer of somber reality to the game's narrative.
What do you think? If they wanted trouble, we wouldn't have seen them.
Poor bastards. We really screwed them over down here.
In this world, the landscape is more than a scenery, it's a narrative device. The changing weather, the wildlife, the shifting skies, all serve to underscore the game's themes and the emotional journey of its characters. A thunderstorm isn't just a weather effect, it's a mood, a moment of foreboding. It's hard not to draw parallels with the real-life events and classic Western cinema that have shaped our perception of this era. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't just recreate a period, it brings to life the essence of the American frontier at a pivotal moment in history. Its portrayal of the turn of the 20th century is reminiscent of classic Western films, yet it goes beyond cinematic tropes to capture the raw reality of the era. Consider the parallels with movies like Unforgiven or the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. These films, known for their gritty realism and complex characters, echo in Red Dead 2's narrative. However, the game takes it a step further by immersing players in the day-to-day life of this era, something movies can only touch on due to time constraints. The game's depiction of the fading Wild West mirrors the historical events of the time. The encroachment of industrialization, the displacement of Native American tribes, and the end of the outlaw era are themes deeply rooted in America's history. Red Dead 2 brings these elements to the forefront, allowing players to experience the tension and transformation of the era firsthand. In a way, Red Dead Redemption 2 does for video games what classic westerns did for cinema. It redefines the genre. Just as those films offered a more nuanced and authentic portrayal of the West, Red Dead 2 presents a world that's more than just gunfights and horseback chases. It's a world steeped in the complexities of history, culture, and human emotion. The game's attention to detail, from characters to architecture and technology of the time, is akin to meticulous set designs of period films. But unlike a movie, where the audience is a passive observer, Red Dead 2 invites you to live in this world, to interact with its inhabitants, and to leave their mark on the unfolding story of the American frontier. As you ride through the heartlands, or navigate through the bayous, you're not just traversing a map, you're experiencing a slice of history. The game invites you to live in this world, to understand its rhythms and secrets. It's a world where every sunset and every breaking dawn tells a story of an America caught between legend and legacy.
I guess I'm just worried. I ain't got that long, Dutch. I want folks safe before I go.
Me too.
And now we are stuck east of the Grizzlies and out of money, and a long way from our dream of virgin land in the West.
I know, my brother, but we are safe. We make a bit of money here, then we move again, head out around them, be west of Uncle Sam, in a few months, buy some land.
I hope so.
Would you just look around you? This world has its consolations.
But in this world, you're not just a visitor, you're an active participant in a story that's as deep and sprawling as the landscapes you traverse. This isn't a world built for mere spectacle, it's a stage set for a narrative that's as compelling and intricate as any classic of the Western genre. The story of Red Dead 2 is the soul of the game, inviting us not just to witness but to live through a tale of change, morality, and identity. At the heart of this narrative is Arthur Morgan, a character who transcends the archetype of a rugged outlaw. Arthur's journey is nuanced exploration of personal redemption and the search for meaning in a world that's rapidly changing. As players, we're not just controlling Arthur, we're experiencing his inner conflicts, his moral dilemmas, and his moments of introspection. His story is a reflection of the game's broader themes, the struggle between the old ways and the new, the clash of personal honor against societal change, and the quest for personal identity in a world that seems to have no place for men like him. For example, there's a moment in the game where Arthur finds himself helping a widow learn to fend for herself. This interaction, seemingly small in the grand scheme, speaks volumes about Arthur's character. It's a subtle yet powerful reflection of his empathy and the internal conflict he faces between his outlaw past and his desire for redemption.
Well, you look better.
Better and determined, thanks to you. And if I'm gonna learn to hunt, I figured it was time I learned how to use Cal's gun properly.
How's that working out for you?
Well, let's just say my prey is looking decidedly unscathed. But the end of labor is to gain leisure. Is that not what Aristotle said?
Well, I don't know much about Aristotle, but well, I know a thing or two about shooting a gun. Look, you gotta hold steady. And firm. You just focus, breathe slowly, and always pull the trigger on empty lungs.
The Vanderlyn gang is more than a group of characters. It's a living, breathing community with complex relationships and a shared history. Each member of the gang is a fully realized individual with their own aspirations, fears, and flaws. The dynamics within the gang are a microcosm of the game's world, showcasing the tensions and bonds that form in times of change. Take for instance the camaraderie around the campfire. These moments, where gang members share stories and songs, offer a glimpse into their lives and relationships. It's in these interactions that we see the human side of these outlaws, their hopes, their humor, and the sense of belonging. These scenes add depth to the narrative, making it a story about family, loyalty, and the inevitable end of an era. Red Dead 2's narrative richness is further enhanced by its thematic depth. The game delves into the moral ambiguities of life on the frontier, the impact of industrialization on the natural world and the traditional ways of life, and the existential struggles of individuals caught in the tide of history. These themes are deeply embedded in the story, turning it into a thoughtful journey through progress, the reality of violence, and what it means to cling to ideals in a world that's rapidly moving on. The brilliance of the narrative also lies in its pacing and structure. The game masterfully balances its epic main storyline with an array of side quests and open world exploration, creating a rhythm that feels both organic and compelling. This pacing allows you to delve deep into the heart of the Wild West at your own pace, discovering hidden stories and characters that enrich the overall experience you're having. For instance, consider the transition from the adrenaline-fueled chaos of the Valentine Bank heist to the tranquil, almost meditative, task of fishing with Dutch and Hosea. The shift in pace is not just a change in gameplay, but a narrative tool that allows you to reflect on recent events and the relationships between characters. The structure of the narrative also mirrors the physical and emotional journey of Arthur Morgan. From the high-stakes tension of bank heists to the serene moments of fishing by a river, the game ensures that every activity, whether it's a main mission or a side task, contributes to the overarching story. This seamless integration of various narrative elements keeps you engaged and invested in the world, making every moment in the game meaningful. For example, when Arthur takes Lenny for a drink in Valentine, what starts as a simple bar visit evolves into a night of drunken escapades, deepening our understanding of their friendship and providing a much-needed break from the gang's troubles. This moment exemplifies how even seemingly mundane activities are woven into the narrative, enhancing character development and story progression.
Micah seemed to know a lot of people. That was the problem.
How you mean? Oh. That's great, partner. Lenny, where are you?
In Red Dead Redemption 2, every mission, conversation, and even the quiet moments of reflection are meticulously crafted to build towards the narrative's climax. The game's ability to balance action-packed sequences with introspective moments is a testament to its narrative prowess. It's this pacing and structure that makes the journey through Red Dead 2 not just a series of events, but a cohesive, immersive story that stays with you long after the game is over. But the emotional resonance of Red Dead 2's narrative is its crowning achievement. As the story unfolds, we form deep connections with the characters in the world. The game's conclusion, varying based on the choices made, is not just the end of a journey, it's a powerful statement on the consequences of past actions and the relentless march of time. It leaves us with a sense of nostalgia, loss, and reflection, a testament to the narrative's power to move and engage us on a profound level. Another layer that adds depth to the Red Dead Redemption 2's narrative is the impact of player choices, of course. These choices range from significant moral dilemmas to seemingly trivial interactions, but they all shape your experience. Take for instance the encounter with the veteran Hamish Sinclair, where you have the option to go fishing with Hamish, which on the surface seems like a simple diversion. However, this interaction is more than just a fishing trip. It's an opportunity to explore Arthur's character. Choosing to spend time with Hamish reveals a softer, more reflective side of Arthur, showcasing his ability to form genuine connections outside the gang. This choice, while seemingly minor, adds layers to Arthur's character and enriches your experience of the narrative.
Arthur! Come in.
You said, we could go for a hunt.
I did. There's this huge she-wolf been stalking me the last few nights I've been out, but she can wait. Let's talk a while.
Sure.
So what do you do?
Me? I'm a wanderer. I was born further north, but I spent a lot of time out west. Funny, I never saw myself as a wanderer, man.
The bodies lay so thick, you could have walked across the whole field without your boots touching mud.
Those were bad times.
Yes, they were. Would you like some more coffee?
Please.
The honor system further exemplifies this. Arthur's actions, whether honorable or dishonorable, have tangible effects on how the world reacts to him. A high honor level might lead to friendly interactions and potentially discounts at stores, while a low honor level results in a more hostile world, which makes sense. It's kinda do what you want others to do to you, right? The system encourages you to consider the consequences of your actions, adding a layer of moral complexity to the game. Moreover, your choices in Red Dead 2 extend beyond the immediate gameplay. to affecting the narrative's perspective. A key decision point that occurs towards the end of the game, where Arthur has to choose between helping John Marston escape or going back for gang's money. This choice significantly shapes the narrative's direction. Choosing to help John aligns Arthur's growing disillusionment and his desire to secure a better future for John, reflecting a redemptive arc for Arthur. On the other hand, going back for the money represents a commitment to the outlaw life and the gang's original ideals. Both choices, coupled with your honor level, shape the narrative's conclusion, providing a unique and personal experience that underscores the game's thematic exploration of choice and consequence. This interactivity is not just about shaping the story, it's about immersing you in a world where your decisions have weight and significance to some level. It's a testament to game's narrative design that these choices feel impactful and meaningful, making you an integral part of the storytelling process. But the heart of the narrative aren't just the choices we make, but the characters who bring this story to life. Each major figure in this story isn't just a cog in the machine of the plot, they're the very soul of the journey we undertake. As anyone who has experienced Red Dead 2 will tell you, the soul of this game is its protagonist, Arthur Morgan. He's the heart and soul of her journey through the dying days of the Wild West. But what elevates him from a regular character to potentially the greatest character in gaming history is the profound humanity that the writers have infused into his being. You see, Arthur isn't just a character, he's a living, breathing person with a depth that's rarely seen in this medium. He's a man of contradictions, torn between loyalty to his gang and a growing sense of disillusionment with the outlaw life. Just like you might feel caught between the comfort of sticking with a familiar but unfulfilling job and the daunting prospect of venturing into something new, or like a student torn between pursuing a practical career path or following their passion, Arthur's internal conflict mirrored these common crossroads we all face. And this inner turmoil is what makes Arthur so relatable. He's not a hero or a villain. He's a man trying to find his way in a world that's rapidly changing. And this struggle is something we can all empathize with. Another aspect of what sets Arthur apart is how he evolves over the course of the game. He starts as your typical tough guy, a loyal enforcer for the Van der Linde gang, but as the story progresses, we see layers of his character unfold. His interactions with other characters, especially the ones outside the gang, reveal a compassionate side that he often tries to hide.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I.
Huh?
But then I meet someone like you, and everything makes sense.
You're too smart for me, sister. I guess I'm afraid.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
All aboard!
It's a rare moment of vulnerability where he confronts the inevitability of his own mortality and the choices he's made. This scene isn't just a conversation, it's a window into his soul, showing us his capacity for introspection and self-awareness, traits that are often overshadowed by his rugged exterior. It's moments like these that elevate Arthur from a mere video game character to a figure with depth and complexity that resonates on a deeply human level. But it's not only the main protagonist who's well written, to say the least. Another character that goes far beyond of what is expected is none other than Dutch van der Linde. As the leader of the Van der Linde gang, Dutch is more than a charismatic outlaw. He's a man with a vision, a dreamer who sees himself as a Robin Hood figure in a way, fighting against the invasion of modern society. His belief in freedom, in living outside the constraints of a rapidly industrializing world, is what binds the gang together. They see him not just as a leader, but as a savior. And for many in the gang, he was their literal savior who gave them another chance at life. Dutch's philosophy is what sets him apart from mere criminals. He is an outlaw in the truest sense, guided by a code that values loyalty and freedom above all else. His fight is not just against the law, it's a fight to preserve a way of life that he sees as pure and just, in contrast to the corruption and hypocrisy of the civilized world. However, as the story unfolds, we see the cracks in Dutch's armor. The world he is fighting against is relentless, and his dream begins to crumble under the weight of reality. It's in these moments of desperation that Dutch's character truly shines. His speeches, filled with passion and conviction, are not just words, they're the last stand of a man watching his world and identity slowly disappear.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this is a civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity, and basic decency was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man, so in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please, and hang the rest of us? Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Van der Linde. But I came to make a deal. It's time. You come with me, and I give the rest of you 3 days to run off, disappear, and go and live like human beings someplace else.
You came for me? Risk life and limb in this den of lowlifes and murderers so that they might live and love? Ain't that fine?
I don't want to kill all these folk, Dutch. Just you.
In that case, it'd be my honor to join you. Excuse me, friends. I have an appointment to keep with...
I think your new friend should leave now, Dutch.
You're making a big mistake. All of you.
Yeah, dreadful. We have got something. Something to live and die for. How awful for us. Mr. Milton, stop following us.
This moment perfectly captures the essence of Dutch's struggle, the fight against a world that he believes is corrupt and unjust. And despite his increasingly desperate actions, Dutch never loses the sight of his vision. His descent into paranoia and his drastic decisions are not just acts of a man losing control, but of someone willing to do anything to keep his dream alive. His relationship with Arthur, once based on mutual respect and shared ideals, becomes a powerful representation of the clash between idealism and reality. Dutch's story is a tragic one, a tale of a visionary unable to reconcile his ideals with the changing world. His journey in Red Dead 2 is a testament to the complexities of leadership and the cost of holding on to dreams in the face of inevitable change. He remains until the end, a character as admirable for his convictions as he is tragic for his downfall.
We need to go.
You ran away.
Oh, I did no such thing. Don't be a fool. They could be back here any minute. We did it, gentlemen. Well, we got some money. And with the train job, well, we got a whole lot of money. Come on. Everything is coming together. Exactly as I planned.
Another character who stands out with a story as compelling as any is John Marston. Known to fans from Red Dead 1, John's journey in Red Dead 2 adds layers to his already complex character. He's a character who embodies the struggle of change. In the case of Red Dead 2, we see a younger John, still stumbling through life and grappling with his responsibilities as a father and a partner. His journey is one of growth, as he navigates the challenges of loyalty, love, and identity. John's relationship with Arthur is particularly significant. It evolves from one of rivalry and mistrust to a deep brotherly bond. This transformation is a testament to the game's narrative strength, showcasing how relationships can evolve and deeper over time. Arthur, recognizing the potential in John, often acts as mentor or as the older brother, guiding him towards a path of responsibility and redemption to ensure his safety.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now. I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur!
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
You're my brother.
I know.
The scene is not just symbolic, it's a passing of the torch. A moment where Arthur sees John not only as a brother, but also as a successor. Throughout the game, John's character is explored through his interactions with other gang members and his family, his love for Abigail and Jack, and his often clumsy but sincere attempts to be a good father and a husband add a powerful dimension to his story. These aspects make John's character arc not just a narrative of personal redemption, but also a story about the struggles and sacrifices of family and love in a harsh changing world, as well as adding additional context for the story of Red Dead Redemption 1. But no story would be complete without an antagonist. Micah Bell is a character you love to hate. A masterfully crafted antagonist in the world of Red Dead Redemption 2. His presence in the game is like a dark cloud looming over the Vanderland gang, constant reminder of the treachery and moral decay that can fester even within the close-knit group. From the offset, Micah is portrayed as untrustworthy and self-serving. He's the kind of character who's always looking out for number one, regardless of the cost to those around him. His actions and decisions are driven by ruthless pragmatism that often borders on cruelty. This is a man who doesn't just cross moral lines, he seems to take pleasure in erasing them altogether. Micah's relationship with Dutch is particularly intriguing. He knows exactly how to manipulate Dutch, feeding into his worst impulses and paranoia. It's a toxic dynamic that serves to highlight Dutch's own descent into madness. Micah acts as a catalyst, accelerating the gang's disintegration and pushing Dutch towards decisions that are increasingly unhinged.
We hid, but they took Abigail.
Who did?
Agent Milton and his men took her to Van Horn to be put on a boat and tried for murder.
I am sorry to hear that.
We gotta let her go. John's, well, sorry, son. Without John, she's just bait. Got a bunch of money, Dutch. She's just a girl. They won't do nothing to her. But me and the boys know. Yep. We need to keep riding on this one, Dutch. You know it. Every man here knows
So we
it.
just gonna let the boy be made an orphan?
It ain't like that.
What is it like?
I wanna live, cowpoke. I still got the choice. Dutch, it's just a girl.
You're right.
It's Micah. It pains me to say it, Arthur, but he's right.
This scene is a perfect example of Micah's manipulative nature. He doesn't just influence Dutch, he steers him towards chaos and destruction, all while maintaining a veneer of loyalty and camaraderie. His character is a reflection of the harsher realities of the Wild West, a world where survival often meant making unsavory choices. Micah represents the darker side of this reality, embodying the brutality and lawlessness that were part and parcel of the era. In the end, Micah's character serves as a stark contrast to Arthur. Where Arthur believes that violence should be cold, necessary, and without feeling, Micah takes pleasure in it and embraces the chaos of the dying West. He's a reminder of what happens when ambition and survival instincts are untethered from any sense of morality or loyalty.
And thank you. There I was, having a dull day only for you, to liven it up by letting me help you shoot up half a town.
You're a funny fella, Arthur. Real funny. Why you act all sour all the time?
Well, you ain't funny at all, so why you gotta act like the court jester?
All right, listen. I'm sorry, but we're family now. Arthur, you and me. Sons of Dutch. Makes us brothers. Sometimes brothers make mistakes.
Beyond the main cast, other members of the Vanderland gang, along the various other characters Arthur encounters, brings a unique perspective and adds depth to the game's world. Sadie Adler is a standout among the supporting cast. Her transformation from a grief-stricken widow to a formidable gunslinger is both mesmerizing and horrifying. In many ways, she reminds me of Quentin Tarantino's movie Kill Bill. Like the bride, Sadie had lost everything, and this loss catalyzes her transformation into a relentless force driven by nothing but revenge. In an age where mainstream media like Disney and Netflix often churn out female characters that feel more like caricatures designed to represent all women, Sadie stands out. She's not a symbol, she's a fully realized character with her own motivations, flaws, and strengths. Sadie's journey echoes the narratives of other female characters such as Ellen Ripley from the Alien franchise or Sarah Connor from the Terminator series. These characters are celebrated not because they represent an idealized version of womanhood, but because they are complex individuals navigating extraordinary circumstances. They are compelling because they are real, with their own unique stories and battles.
You okay?
Yeah. He was a good man, my Jakey. We was always sweet on one another.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I miss him every day, every moment. They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
I ain't even got that.
Aside from my Jake, you're the best man I've known.
I know the company you keep. The competition ain't too fierce.
Charles Smith is another standout in the supporting cast. A man of Native American and African American heritage, Charles brings a unique perspective to the gang. His calm demeanor and strong moral compass often serve as a counterbalance to the more volatile members of the group. Charles' storyline, especially his involvement in the Native American struggles, adds a powerful layer to the game's exploration of displacement and cultural erosion. Charles' character is not just a skilled hunter and fighter, he's a thoughtful, introspective individual who grapples with his identity in a world that is often hostile to it.
You coming, Arthur?
I'm gonna try and save him. This fight is unwinnable. You go and distract them and let me get to him.
Have it your way. The rest of you, ride with me. Let's meet up at the factory. Let's ride! Yeah!
Go with him. Try and help there. I'm better off alone.
We're riding with you.
And lastly, Hosea Matthews deserves a special mention as well. As Dutch's oldest friend and seasoned con artist, Hosea provides a voice of reason and experience in the gang. His wisdom and caution often acts as a foil to Dutch's grandiose plans, and his presence in the game adds a layer of sophistication and cunning to the gang's operations, highlighting the strategic side of their outlaw life. Hosea's character brings a sense of history and depth to the Vanderlyn gang, showing that there's more to being an outlaw than guns and bravado.
So, what's your plan?
Well, we'll see if we can track him, but we might need to lay bait to draw him out. Bears like fish, obviously, but they also have a sweet tooth. A lot of fellas bait, then shoot from the trees, but I prefer to hunt on the ground. More dangerous, but we'll have a much better chance of getting a good shot in. And if he bolts, we can start right off after him.
But the story is created not just through individual characters, but through the intricate web of their interactions and dynamics. These relationships are the glue that make it all stick together so well. Take the camp, for example. It's not just a spot on the map, it's a living, breathing hub of activity. Here you'll find characters engaging in conversations, playing games, or dealing with their day-to-day lives. You might catch Hosea and Dutch debating their next move, or see Kieran and Tilly sharing a laugh over a private joke. These moments happen whether you're there or not, giving a sense of realism to this world. It's like walking into a room where a conversation has been going on long before you arrived. And this is where Red Dead 2 really shakes things up. Unlike many games where NPCs seem to pause their existence until the player shows up, here they have their own lives. They don't just stand around waiting for you to give them purpose. You might stumble upon two characters arguing in the woods, or witness a heartfelt conversation by the riverside, offering a glimpse into their personal lives and beliefs. It's these layers of interaction that build a world that's not just observed, but genuinely felt. Random encounters and overheard conversations in this world often lead to emergent stories. You could be riding on a trail and overhear a dispute, with the choice to intervene or simply ride on. Sometimes it's these small, seemingly inconsequential decisions that add to the richness of the experience you will have in this game. Red Dead 2 subtly encourages you to be part of these narratives, yet also respects the choice to remain an observer. As the story progresses, these relationships between characters evolve, reflecting the changing times they live in. You see alliances form, friendships strain, and loyalties tested. This evolution is portrayed with a depth that is rare in video games. It's not about the big plot twists, it's in the small, quiet moments of interaction that the true essence of these relationships is revealed.
Who are you? To question me, I mean.
I have always been loyal, Dutch. And I shall go on being loyal, but what are we doing here? We need to move and keep moving.
We need money! You dumb fool! Money! Or we are dead! We are all dead!
In Red Dead 2, character interactions aren't just a sideshow, they're an integral part to the game's narrative. They provide a window in a world that's alive and complex, where every character has a story, and every story adds a thread to the rich tapestry of Red Dead 2. But beyond the hustle and bustle of camp life and the drama of the storyline, there lives something I absolutely loved: the serenity of solitude. It's those hours spent alone, away from the missions and the chaos of towns and people. Is the time I could spend exploring the very edges of the world or tracking and hunting legendary animals. I found myself spending days in the silence of nature, camping in the woods, crafting arrows, preparing for the next day, making coffee and cooking meat over a fire. There's something deeply magical and personal about this aspect of the game. It's hard to put into words, but let me give it a shot. When you step away from the storyline and the crowded camps, you enter a different world, the vast, untamed wilderness. This is where the game really speaks to you, offering a quiet, introspective journey that rivals the adrenaline of its action-packed sequences. As you roam these expansive landscapes, from snow-capped mountains to dense forests and rolling plains, you feel a sense of true freedom and loneliness. It's not just a physical journey through these diverse terrains, but a journey into yourself. This solitude mirrors those rare, reflective moments in real life when you step away from the noise of everyday existence, away from TikTok, away from YouTube, Instagram, work, school, family, or friends. It's akin to taking a solitary hike in the wilderness, where each step clears your mind and brings you closer to a sense of inner peace. The game's world and its vast silence resembles the calmness one might find in remote, untouched corners of the earth. The kind where the only sounds is the rustle of leaves and the distant call of wildlife. And here, solitude is not about loneliness, it's about finding connection with yourself, your true self. Just like in these moments of real-world solitude, the game allows you to hear your own thoughts, to contemplate life's big questions, and reconnect with what truly matters. These moments of solitude are where you can truly connect with the essence of the game, understanding yourself not just as a player in a story, but as a solitary figure against the backdrop of an unforgiving yet beautiful world. The wilderness in Red Dead 2 is not just a space to traverse, it's a character in its own right, dynamic, alive, and ever-changing. Setting up camp under the stars, the world around you feels alive and real. There's this famous photographer from the 1900s named Ansel Adams, who captured some of the most iconic images of the American wilderness. Notice the dramatic interplay of light and shadow, the majestic sweep of the landscapes, the profound tranquility in each frame. For me, this image evokes a sense of awe, a deep appreciation for nature's glory, and perhaps a longing for a peaceful solitude it represents. That is the exact same feeling I get when exploring the world of Red Dead 2. Each frame in the game, whether it's a majestic mountain range, a quiet woodland, or a desolate desert, invites a sense of awe and reflection, much like Adams's black and white depictions of nature. The attention to detail in each landscape, from the way light filters through the trees to the movement of clouds across the sky, is akin to a carefully composed piece of art. These landscapes in Red Dead 2 are not just visually stunning, they evoke the same contemplative mood that great art does. They prompt you to pause, take a moment to breathe, and take in the beauty, much like standing in front of a masterpiece in an art gallery. The game in these moments becomes more than an interactive experience. It becomes a canvas that captures the sublime beauty of a natural world. The sounds of the wilderness, the rustling of animals in the bush, the distant howl of a wolf. These details create an immersive experience that I just don't remember ever experiencing in this medium. When you track animals, there's a real tension and excitement. Each track, each sign of life leads you deeper into the wild. This isn't just a quest for game trophies, it's a testament to your primal connection with nature. The process is methodical and requires patience. These moments of quiet pursuit are interspersed with bursts of intense action. The final chase, the careful aim. It's a dance with nature, where respect and understanding of the animal's behavior are as important as your skill. As you sit by the campfire, crafting and cooking, there's an opportunity for reflection. These activities, often seen as mundane, are transformed into moments of peace and contemplation. Cooking a simple meal of what you just hunted, brewing coffee in the early morning light, taking care of your horse, these tasks ground you in the world of Red Dead 2, creating a bond between you, the character, and the game that goes beyond the screen. The power of these silent moments lies in stark contrast to the game's more chaotic elements. In a world often defined by gunfights, high-speed chases, and the constant struggle for survival, these quiet interludes offer a sanctuary, a place to decompress and reflect. They are a reminder of the duality of life, the interplay between actions and stillness, noise and silence, chaos and peace. Embracing this duality can lead to a more profound and balanced experience, both in the game and in your own life. These moments of tranquility in Red Dead 2 do more than just entertain. They provide a space for introspection, a rare kind of digital tranquility that allows for a personal reflection and mental rest. It's in these moments that the game transcends its role as a medium of entertainment and becomes a tool for mindfulness, offering you a chance to slow down, to appreciate the beauty and simplicity, and to find a momentary escape from the fast-paced nature of modern life, where the most addictive game is not even a video game, but social media like TikTok and Instagram. This solitude also allows you to explore the vastness of Red Dead's world at your own pace. It's in these quiet explorations that the game reveals its hidden treasures, secret locations, rare animals, and breathtaking views. These discoveries feel personal, like secrets shared between this world and just you. In these hours of solitude, Red Dead 2 offers a rare experience, a digital escape into wilderness where the hustle of the outlaw life fades into background, and the beauty and tranquility of nature takes center stage. It's a reminder of the world's wonders and the joys of solitary exploration. But these moments are sometimes interrupted by random encounters.
That's fire. Mind if I warm my bones? Y'all niggas Murphy Hills. You should be careful where you're camping.
I can look after myself. Besides, it's free country.
Free country? No. Everything bought and paid for. And we gonna protect what's ours. Y'all be careful where you wander. Come on, let's go. I think you got the message.
Go kill you next time.
These aren't scripted side missions. They're spontaneous events that you might stumble upon or completely miss. Each random encounter is a snapshot of life in the Wild West. You might come across a woman being abducted, witness robberies, or even find yourself suddenly attacked while cooking by your campfire. These events unfold in real time, adding in an element of unpredictability and danger to your journey. They remind you that in this world, anything can happen at any moment. But it's not just the danger that makes these encounters so captivating. It's their variety and realism. Each encounter is a unique vignette, offering a glimpse into the lives and struggles of the frontier's inhabitants. Some encounters are like stepping into an iconic Western movie. You could see arguments escalate into classic Wild West duels, or encounter folks from the Murphy Brood. These moments are crafted with such attention to detail that they immerse you completely in the game's setting and era. You feel the tension of a standoff in a dusty street, hear the creak of leather, the nervous breathing of your opponents. It's like being part of a cinematic history. Many of these encounters present moral choices. Will you help a man bitten by a snake, aid escaped convicts by shooting the chains around their feet, Your decisions in these situations can affect your honor level in the game, further tying your actions to the game's narrative arc. But then there are darker, more bizarre encounters. You might find a gunsmith in Rhodes who's kidnapped someone, chained them in his basement, and dressed them up as his dead son. But my personal favorite is when you encounter a certain clan who all like to dress the same. If you choose not to intervene with their little ritual, it's quite a funny scene that plays out.
There we go. The eternal light shines.
Yeah!
Run for it!
He's on fire! He's right on fire!
Oh, somebody wait! Wait! Where y'all going? Come back! Come back! You there. You just stood and watched a good man die.
Beyond the humor and horror, these encounters also serve as a commentary on the era and the social dynamics of the time. They're a window into prejudices, fears, and hopes of the people living in the Wild West. What makes these encounters so remarkable is their contribution to the feeling that the game's world is truly alive. They happen independently of your actions, making the world of Red Dead 2 feel dynamic and organic. You get a sense that these characters have their own lives, stories, which you're just glimpsing as you pass through. It's a world where every corner has a story, every face has a past, and every decision you make can lead to an unexpected adventure. In Red Dead Redemption 2, these random encounters are more than just chance happenings. They are a testament to the game's incredible attention to detail and its commitment to creating a world that feels authentic, alive, and endlessly intriguing. They are moments that can be thrilling, heartwarming, or disturbing, but always memorable, adding layers of richness and depth to the whole world. But beyond random encounters, there's more. Side missions that can be missed just as easily, since they're available only for a certain period of time. They range from helping a scientist with his remote-controlled boat to assisting a woman in her fight for women's right to vote, painting a picture of a world in transition. You might also find yourself aiding a French artist caught in a scandal, reflecting this era's cultural clashes and the bustling art scene. In one mission, you help a group of circus performers find their escaped animals, adding a touch of whimsy and showcasing the traveling entertainment of the time. In another, you're tracking down a series of elusive gunslingers, each with their own backstory and reputation, bringing the classic trope of the dangerous outlaw to life. These missions also delve into more personal and emotional stories. You might encounter a veteran struggling with the memories of war, offering a powerful look at the aftermath of conflict, or a more heartfelt story of Mr. White and Mr. Black, who have escaped their imprisonment and have to rely now on each other. The diversity extends to more fantastical elements as well. For instance, you could find yourself hunting a vampire hidden in the city, a nod to the era's fascination with the supernatural and the unknown. Each of these side missions is well designed, with its own set of characters, dialogue, and outcomes. They often intervene with historical themes, societal issues, or personal dramas, making them more than just tasks to be completed. They are stories to be experienced. In addition to the narrative's depth, these missions often introduce unique gameplay elements or challenges. Whether it's solving a riddle to find a treasure, engaging in a shooting contest, or navigating a moral dilemma, these missions keep the gameplay fresh and engaging. You're basically rewarded for exploring the world beyond the main storyline tracks. Just like in Elden Ring, where you have around 10 main bosses in the story, but exploring the world will lead you to dozens if not 100 more boss encounters. Red Dead 2's side missions are as diverse as the American history and folklore they draw from. They offer a spectrum of experiences, from the humorous to the tragic, the mundane to extraordinary. Engaging with these missions is like turning the pages of a living history book, where each story adds to the richness of the game's portrayal of the Wild West era.
About that. Clothes are civilization, repression, death. To be naked is to be free, innocent, alive. Like Buddha said, you know, we are all just here to fuck.
Well, that explains the decadence of those Hottentots.
Hey, you got a picture of my wife here, in her delicates.
Henry, is that your behind? Why would you be showing it to that man?
That's my mama. As nude as the day she was born.
Stop looking at my husband's buttocks!
Stop looking at my mama!
Well, maybe she shouldn't have exposed herself like that.
This is disgusting.
The nerve on you!
That's it!
When it comes to the open world genre, Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't just raise the bar, it launched it into orbit, especially when compared to some open world games that feel about as full of life as Harry Potter's parents. Red Dead 2's open world is a living, breathing entity. Unlike the earlier open world games where environments feel static, this world is dynamic and interactive. It's a far cry from games where you might as well be wandering through a beautifully rendered yet lifeless museum. Consider the other open world titles, even Rockstar's own GTA 5. While Los Santos is impressive, it lacks the organic feel of Red Dead 2's world. NPCs in GTA 5 often feel like set pieces, whereas Red Dead 2's characters have routines, relationships, and react dynamically to the player's actions. Also, the technological leap in Red Dead 2 is monumental. From the way snow deforms underfoot in the Grizzlies, to the individual blades of grass swaying in the Great Plains, the attention to detail is staggering. Other open world games might have given us size, but this gives us so much more depth. It's the difference between looking at a postcard of the Grand Canyon and standing on its rim. And this world is not just about the visuals, it's an ecosystem. Animals hunt each other, weather affects gameplay, and your actions have lasting consequences. In contrast, let's take a game like Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Unity. While it boasts a historically rich setting of revolutionary Paris, it often feels like you're wandering in a world frozen in time. A stark contrast to dynamic life in Red Dead 2. In Unity, NPCs tend to exist in a kind of suspended animation almost, often feeling more like props than living components of the game. What I like about Red Dead Redemption 2 is that the open world isn't just a backdrop, it's an integral part of the story. From the decaying buildings of a ghost town hinting at a bygone era to the encroaching industrialization in the cities. This seamless integration of narrative and world is something that many open world games aspire to, but only a few achieve. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't just push the boundaries of what an open world game can be, it completely redefines them. It turns the open world from a static playground into a living, evolving world that's as crucial to the game's narrative as its characters and plot. While some games in the genre are content to let players skate on the surface of their worlds, Red Dead 2 invites you to dive in and immerse yourself in its depths. One aspect that deserves special recognition is the phenomenal job done by voice actors in this game. Their performances not only bring the characters to life, but also add a layer of depth and realism to the game's narrative. The voice acting in Red Dead 2 is the result of years of dedicated work, a testament to the commitment and talent of its voice cast. A prime example is Roger Clark, the voice behind game's protagonist Arthur Morgan. Clark spent 5 years in performance capture and recording sessions, meticulously bringing Arthur to life. His portrayal of Arthur Morgan is not just the voice acting, it's a masterful performance, arguably the best in gaming's history.
I guess this is the part where words that make sense are supposed to come out of my mouth. Thank you. I humbly accept this honor, especially in light of the amazing performances of my fellow nominees.
But what some might not know is that the voice actors of Red Dead 2 didn't just go in a booth and record their voices. Their involvement in the game's creation was far more immersive and physical. The majority of their performances were captured through advanced motion capture technology, where they acted out about 90% of their scenes, embodying the characters in both voice and movement. This method allowed for more organic and expressive portrayal of characters, as the actors physically performed many of the scenes in a 3D space, capturing the nuances of body language and facial expressions, which injected a level of realism that wouldn't have been possible with just voice acting alone. Scenes involving intense emotional exchanges, physical confrontations, and even subtle moments of character interaction were all enhanced by this method. It was best summarized by Benjamin Byron Davis, the voice of Dutch van der Linde.
It's a thing, it feels odd to correct, because somebody wants to say, oh my God, I admire so much your voice in this thing.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, great compliment, but hang on now.
Yeah.
It's not a voice.
The
but
vocab
it was the
part.
performance capture. So, you know, we were in skin-tight spandex. I made it look really, really good, I tell you. Covered with ping pong balls.
Yeah.
And with helmets on our head, capturing everything our face was doing as we were performing.
Yeah, I'm very proud to be a voice actor, but voice acting was maybe 15% of what I did on Red Dead.
Each main character had a script that was as lengthy as the screenplay for several movies combined. This extensive work is evident in the game, where every character, from the main cast to the NPCs, feels nuanced and authentic, especially the most lovable characters like the ones played by Peter Blomquist, who you might remember from other titles.
I did a character in Rockstar's L.A. Noire.
Oh, what's the character?
Dr. Harlan Fontaine.
Dr. Fontaine, could I have a word?
Of course, young man.
I really enjoyed your lecture, Doctor. Psychiatry seems to have a tremendous amount to offer.
Why, thank you. I'm always happy to receive acknowledgement for my work. The mind is the last great mystery in medicine.
He's a very sweet, kind, and loving man.
Yeah.
No, he's the opposite of that.
The opposite of that.
Just like the character I'm playing in Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
A very gentle, loving, gracious.
We all believe that,
Yeah, that's what I feel inside.
Yeah, that's what you feel. You don't know what the...
One more thing that blew me away when it comes to voice acting in Red Dead 2 is how it dynamically changes based on the player's position and context. If Arthur is having a conversation with someone close by, the dialogue is delivered in a normal conversational tone. However, if Arthur is further away, the character starts shouting to communicate over the distance. This dynamic approach meant the voice actors had to record many lines multiple times to capture the different tones needed for varying distances and situations. This commitment to detail ensures that every interaction in the game feels natural and realistic, no matter the player's actions or position in the environment. Just absolute legends, all of them.
You're probably the first ever video game villain I've actually really despised and really wanted to punch in the face.
Thank you.
When I was on the controller and got up on that hill, I was just like, you.
It
was just like that.
Thank you. That's how I felt when I played the game.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Really meta, right?
Yeah, no, I shot myself in the face, and then I'm in the bathroom and I'm going, what have I done, Who's Micah? Who's Peter? I don't know anymore. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah.
All of the things mentioned so far are aspects I enjoyed and thought were done well. By the end of the day, our enjoyment of this medium is highly subjective. With that said, no game is perfect, and that includes Red Dead Redemption 2. While I have extensively praised the many facets of Red Dead 2 for their innovation and depth, it's important to also cast a critical eye on areas where the game may not quite hit the mark. And one of the more noticeable limitations is in its approach to story missions, where the game often follows the old Rockstar formula of rigid mission structures. This stark contrast to the freedom and dynamics of the open world, leading to moments of frustration and a sense of being railroaded. In these missions, the game often dictates your actions with an iron fist. You went too far away, fail. You shot someone you weren't supposed to, fail. Dodge broke a nail when you made that corner, fail. You took a creative but unscripted approach to a problem that we do not approve of, fail. The game repeatedly nudges, or rather shoves, you back to the narrow path it has laid out, regardless of your personal playstyle or problem-solving approach. A prime example is the mission Blood Feuds, Ancient and Modern. In this mission, the game requires you to follow a very specific path to the Braithwaite Manor, and deviating from it results in an instant fail. This feels particularly restrictive given the open nature of the game's world. Another mission, The Gilded Cage, forces you into a scripted sequence of events during the party, leaving little room for player agency or creative approaches to the objective. These missions, while narratively engaging, often contrast sharply with otherwise open and player-driven nature of the game. It can be especially jarring when coming off the freedom of exploring the open world, only to be funneled into a narrow set of actions and outcomes. Imagine if Red Dead 2 took a page from the latest Hitman series, where missions are open-ended and allow for a multitude of approaches, where you're just given a target and an environment, but how you achieve your objective is entirely up to you. This freedom to experiment and devise your own strategies leads to a lot more engaging and replayable experience, in my opinion. Incorporating this level of freedom in Red Dead 2's story missions would have been fascinating. For instance, in the mission where you have to rob the Valentine's bank, imagine having multiple ways to execute the heist. Choosing to go in guns blazing, stealthily sneaking in through the back, or even conning your way in. Such options would provide a more immersive and dynamic gameplay experience, allowing you to leverage the full extent of the game's mechanics in the world. This approach would enable players to feel like their choices and creativity have a real impact on the game's world and story. This approach could also lead to varied outcomes based on different strategies, adding to the game's replay value and player engagement. While the story missions in Red Dead 2 are well crafted and narratively rich, their rigidness can be a point of contention. Offering players more freedom on how they approach these missions could have added an extra layer of depth and replayability, making the game's narrative experience as dynamic and player-driven as its open world. But with that said, Red Dead Redemption 2 is more than just a game. It's a testament to gaming as an art form. From its meticulously crafted open world and deep, emotionally resonant story, to its dynamic gameplay and cinematic influences, Red Dead 2 stands as a pinnacle of what video games can achieve. It's a game that blends storytelling, technology, and artistry in a way that few others have ever managed. Playing Red Dead Redemption 2 is not just about experiencing a story, it's about immersing yourself in a world that feels alive. It's a journey that stands with you, filled with moments of action, contemplation, and emotional depth. This game has not only captured the hearts of many, but also sparked conversations about the potential and future of video gaming. So why you should play Red Dead Redemption 2? Simply because it's an experience that transcends traditional gaming. It offers a window into a past era, a canvas for a deep narrative exploration, and a benchmark for what open world gaming can be. A benchmark that no other game has met since. Whether you're in it for the story, the exploration, the technical marvels, or simply to live out your Wild West fantasies, Red Dead 2 delivers on all fronts. It's a game that you don't just play, you live it. And in doing so, you might find something about the game that resonates uniquely just with you.
My lord, what a goddamn mess. Everything. Not sure what happens next. Whole thing has been hard on all of us. Most of all on Dutch, who seems half crazed by all we've gone through.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
Most of the time, life lessons happen through something called inactive learning, which means learning by doing. That first heartbreak teaches us about love, renting our first apartment, about independence, and getting into our first fistfight, about what frozen vegetables are really for. On the other hand, when it comes to preparing for a test or learning new skills, we often pick up a book, therefore using vicarious learning, which is about absorbing wisdom through the narratives and experiences of others. But what about engaging with stories in media like video games, specifically in a game as rich as Red Dead Redemption 2? Can we find life lessons that resonate with our own experiences? Here are some of the lessons that this world and its characters have taught me, lessons that I think can connect with all of us, whether we're navigating the Wild West or the modern world. As humans, we're hardwired to be optimists. It's not just looking at the glass half full, it's our brain's way of keeping us motivated through all the ups and downs in life. We are inclined to expect things to turn out better than they statistically should. For example, even though cancer risk of smoking is high and studied thoroughly, you'll be hard-pressed to find a smoker who doesn't think that they'll be just fine. But why are we like that? This isn't just feel-good fluff. From an evolutionary standpoint, optimism kept our ancestors chugging along through uncertain and dangerous times. Imagine being a caveman and thinking, "Ooga booga, today I will not be eaten." That's the spirit that got us here today, and it hasn't changed much. Instead of imagining that we will not get eaten, nowadays we're always plotting and planning, looking forward to the weekend, dreaming about the next big vacation, or even fretting over the potential problems that haven't even happened and might never happen. It's like our brains are these time-traveling machines, rarely content with just chilling in the now. The future is the carrot, and we are the donkey. I feel like in Red Dead 2, we get a powerful reminder how important it is to live in the moment, even if it is difficult to do so. Arthur goes from living the outlaw life and always looking to the next heist, the next escape, the next big score, to suddenly facing the reality that his tomorrow might not be guaranteed at all.
Okay, now here. Breathe. Again. Yeah. Let me see your tongue. Now say ah. Ah.
What is it?
It's not good news.
I guess that.
You got tuberculosis. Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
This diagnosis of tuberculosis doesn't just slow him down physically, it hammers home the truth we all too often ignore. The future we're so busy planning for may not unfold the way we expect, or may not come at all. Arthur's journey from this point on is not just about coming to terms with his condition, but about learning to appreciate and use the moments he has left, and making the most of these moments to protect those he considers family, so they can be safe even after he is gone. His story becomes a lesson in valuing the present, in making the most of the time we have, not as a resource to be squandered, but as a gift to be cherished. The Latin phrase, memento mori, which translates to remember you must die, is a principle deeply rooted in art and philosophy that reminds us of life's fleeting nature. Throughout history, symbols like skulls and timepieces and paintings have served as reminders of our mortality, urging us to cherish every moment. The Stoic philosopher Seneca, who emphasized the brevity of life, encouraged living vicariously and with purpose, not in fear of death, but in celebration of life. This concept echoes through Arthur Morgan's story in Red Dead Redemption 2. His diagnosis, much like the artistic symbols of Memento Mori, serves as a stark reminder of his mortality, pushing him to reflect on his life and how he wants to spend his remaining days. Through Arthur, Red Dead 2 teaches us that living in the moment isn't just about seizing opportunities, it's about deepening our connections with the world and the people in it. It's a nudge to stop always looking forward to the next big thing, and instead, look around and appreciate where we are and whom we're with. Once we're at the end of our stories, all we will have is memories. And do you want to look back just to see that you spent most of your time working hard, chasing the next promotion, to get more money, to buy the next big thing, or just a series of memories of wasting time doom scrolling TikTok or Instagram? Probably not. I want to look back and see my memories with friends, or moments where I pushed myself to try something new, or simply moments with my family. At least, that's what I took from Arthur's story. To live fully today, embracing the beauty, the pain, the joy, and the sorrow. Because the truth is, tomorrow isn't guaranteed. It's an interesting aspect of human nature, our tendency to drift along currents set by others, especially when making our own choices seem daunting and scary. Much like how a river carves its path with the least resistance, we too can find ourselves following a route not of our own making, but of convenience or comfort. And this isn't a new phenomenon, of course. History is littered with stories of individuals and entire societies that allowed their futures to be dictated by the louder voice, the stronger arm, or the more persuasive argument. Learned helplessness, a psychological condition where individuals believe they have no control over their outcomes after repeated failures. It's a state that not only diminishes one's will to act, but also one's belief in the power of making a change for themselves. This mirrors the journey of Arthur in the Van der Linde gang. Under Dutch's leadership and cult-like charisma, Arthur finds himself executing plans that are not his own, swept up in escalating violence and chaos, each step further entrenching him in a life chosen for him, not by him.
Now, everyone, put your tools down for a moment. Come on, gather round. Quickly now. I know that things have been tough, but we are safe now, and we are far too poor. So it is time for everyone to get to work.
Get to work, but stay out of trouble. Remember, we are itinerant workers.
Laid off when they shut down our factory to the north. Now get out there and see what you can find. Uncle, Reverend Swanson, no more passengers. It is time for everyone to earn their keep.
There's a town a little way down the track named Valentine. Livestock town, all mud and morons, if I remember right. That seems a decent place to start.
And, we need food. Real food. That means every day. One of you.
And remember, whatever it is that you find, the camp gets its slice. Now be sensible out there.
But as the story unfolds, Arthur faces pivotal moments that challenge the sitting in the back seat. His illness, a stark memento mori, serves as a catalyst for introspection, and ultimately, rebellion against the predetermined path laid before him by Dutch. Instead of dying as the trusty gun at Dutch's hip, he starts to build his own path. This narrative is echoed in the lives of many who awaken to find their strings being pulled by someone else's hands. In literature, we find characters grappling with similar dilemmas, questioning their autonomy and often fighting to reclaim it. Shakespeare's Hamlet deliberates on the nature of fate and free will, caught between his own indecision and the machinations of those around him. Like Arthur, Hamlet's journey is as much about finding his own voice amidst the noise of expectations as it is about avenging his father. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't just tell us a story about outlaws in the dying days of the American frontier. It holds up a mirror to our own lives, questioning whether we are the driver of our own roads. It asks us to consider if we, like Arthur, have allowed others to chart our course, to make decisions in our stead. And it implores us to take control, to make choices, not out of fear, but with the understanding that our path is ours to shape. Just as Arthur eventually tries to redefine his destiny, we too have the power to steer our lives in the directions of our choosing. Instead of letting the river's current dictate our journey, we can paddle against it, towards our own horizons. This lesson, while simple, is profound. It's a call to action, a reminder that if you don't make decisions for your life, inevitably, someone else will. It might be our family members, close friends, or romantic partners. Through the lens of Arthur's redemption and defiance, we are taught the irreplaceable value of agency in our own existence. The necessity to decide, act, and live, not as passengers, but as pilots of our own fate. In the story of life, every chapter we write tells a part of our journey, the good and the bad. It's tempting to believe we can outrun our past, to move so fast in a new direction that the shadows of old choices can't keep up. But life isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And those shadows, they have endurance. As a key figure in the Vanderlyn gang, Arthur's hands aren't clean. His past is a mix of loyalty, love, betrayal, and violence, a reflection of choices made and paths taken. Despite his efforts in the latter part of the game, he can't erase the lives he's affected or the damage done. This realization is a heavy burden, a mirror reflecting a life that can't be undone. Arthur's attempt to seek redemption, to make amends for his actions, mirrors the therapeutic journey of confronting uncomfortable truths about ourselves and striving for personal growth despite of them. The existential philosophy of Jean-Paul Sartre, that existence precedes essence, suggests that Arthur's essence, his true self, is not fixated by his past, but is constantly being recreated through his actions and choices. Sartre's notion that we are condemned to be free, that our choices are ours alone, resonates through Arthur's late realization that his destiny is not bound by the gang's ethos, but by decisions he makes every day.
We lent Arthur some money, you see, and...
So it was you. You son of a bitch. What do you want now? You want my boy's shoes? You want the food out of our bellies, what little there is? You want me to lie down for you?
No.
Arthur gave everything to pay your bills. Everything. And now there's some fellas coming to take the house.
I just wanted to say the debt's canceled and here, take this. It won't bring your husband back, I know. You need money and I don't.
Well, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave. But you know, maybe you and your friend that lent him the money could do things differently. Like, not threaten a man. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I really am.
Historically, figures like Malcolm X demonstrate the real-life application of this lesson. Once a criminal, he transformed his life through self-education and advocacy, illustrating that one's future is not permanently tied to their past. Malcolm X's journey from a troubled youth to a leading figure in civil rights movement embodies the potential for change, regardless of one's beginnings. Red Dead Redemption 2, through Arthur's narrative, challenges players to confront the theme of redemption head-on. It's not just about accepting the past, but actively choosing a different path forward. This lesson resonates deeply, reminding us that while our past actions contribute to our story, they don't have to dictate the ending. We can decide what will be the ending. Arthur's quest for redemption, set against the backdrop of changing American landscape, becomes a powerful narrative about personal accountability and transformation. It encourages us to reflect on our own lives, to acknowledge our past, learn from it, and make conscious decisions to live differently. In the end, Arthur's journey is not just a story from the dying days of the Wild West. It's a mirror reflecting a timeless human truth, that we are all capable of change. It's a call to embrace our agency, to write our stories not with the ink of past regrets, but with the pen of present choices and future possibilities. Therefore, Red Dead 2 does more than tell a story. It offers a lesson in living. It reminds us that while the past is immutable, the future is ours to shape. Through Arthur's eyes, we learn that redemption is not just a narrative arc, but a personal journey that starts with acceptance and leads to deliberate crafting of a new path, one decision at a time. Have you ever stopped to consider how much of who you are is shaped by the country you live in, the culture that surrounds you, and the groups you associate with? Maybe you prefer vibrant, bustling marketplaces over quiet, orderly stores because you grew up in the heart of Mexico City, where lively mercados are the soul of the community. Or perhaps your sense of humor mirrors the sitcoms you binged in your teenage years. For example, I grew up in the suburbs, which resulted in my preference for nature over city life, and when I migrated to Denmark as a young adult, I picked up the Danish concept of hygge, a sense of coziness and well-being found in simple moments, and made it a part of my life as well. Our identities are often intertwined with these external factors, subtly weaving their influence into the fabric of our being. This phenomenon, explored through social identity theory, suggests our self-perception is significantly molded by our affiliations, from the sports teams we root for to the companies we work at. In Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur's evolving relationship with the Van der Linde gang provides a vivid illustration of this concept. Initially, his identity is deeply anchored in the gang, their shared values, and their collective mission. However, as the story progresses and Arthur begins to question the gang's motives and decisions, we witness a profound transformation. His divergence from the gang's ideals leads to isolation, but also personal growth, reflecting the hard truth that growth sometimes means leaving others behind.
You brought him back to me!
We told you we would.
John! What are you doing here?
Good to see you too, partner.
I meant I hadn't sent for you yet.
I went.
But I said that.
Yeah, I know what you said. I felt different.
Is that so?
Yes.
And when Spring and John brings the law down on all of us, what then, Arthur?
Well, I guess we'll have another fight on our hands.
Loyalty, Arthur, it ain't. I had a goddamn plan!
This journey of personal evolution is reminiscent of Odysseus' return home in Homer's Odyssey. Just as Odysseus finds that both he and Ithaca have changed, Arthur realizes that his growth has rendered him fundamentally different from the gang he once considered family. The world around him and the people within it no longer align with the man he has become. Heraclitus, an ancient Greek philosopher, famously said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." This sentiment beautifully encapsulates Arthur's experience. As he navigates the changing landscape of America, he changes as well, illustrating the inevitability of personal transformation. Arthur's struggle is a powerful narrative about conflict between loyalty and personal ideals, highlighting a pivotal aspect of human nature, the quest for identity. Like Arthur, we all undergo moments of profound self-discovery, where we must decide whether to remain in the comfort of familiarity or to embrace the growth that comes with change. Through Arthur, Red Dead 2 teaches us that our journeys are not just about the destinations we aim for, but about the personal transformations we undergo along the way. It's a reminder that as we grow, our relationships, affiliations, and even our identities may evolve, leading us to new horizons that were once unimaginable. And sometimes it means that some relationships or friendships have to come to an end. It's natural to outgrow certain aspects of our identity, including friends and family sometimes. It doesn't diminish the love or respect we have for them. It simply means we are on our own path that we have to be true to. And like Arthur, we must embrace this journey, for it shapes us into the individuals we're meant to become, teaching us that while change may be the only constant, growth is the gift that comes along with it, as long as you take the chance on yourself. In the hustle of daily life, with its constant demands and endless distractions, it's all too easy to lose ourselves in the noise and to forget the value of silence and solitude. Yet, within the silent spaces we dare to carve out for ourselves lies a profound opportunity for growth and understanding. And this is the truth for Arthur Morgan as well. Whether he's going through the wilderness or simply sitting by the campfire under the expansive night sky, Arthur's moments of solitude are as vital as they are enlightening. In these silent moments, Arthur turns to journaling, a practice steeped in therapeutic value. Writing offers him a pathway to untangle his thoughts, confront his emotions, and navigate the complexities of his inner world. It also shows his hesitations to dig deeper with certain thoughts regarding the current situation in the gang, or his observation of Dutch, which could be interpreted as a fear of what he might uncover by digging deeper. Arthur's quest for solitude isn't merely a personal preference, but a reflection of a deeper, almost universal human need. It brings to mind the real-life adventure of Christopher McCandless, whose story, beautifully captured in the movie Into the Wild, celebrates the transformative power of solitude in nature, as it can provide a teacher, a confidant, and a canvas upon which he can better understand himself and his place in the world.
My lord, what a goddamn mess. Everything. Not sure what happens next. Whole thing has been hard on all of us. Most of all on Dutch, who seems half crazed by all we've gone through.
This moment isn't just a pause in the gameplay, it's an invitation. Red Dead Redemption 2 doesn't merely allow for solitude, it champions it as a mechanism for a deeper connection, not with others, but with yourself. It provides with hours we end up spending away from the missions or the main storyline, just hunting, camping, and enjoying the magnificent scenery. It reminds us that in the quiet, we can find clarity, peace, and perhaps even answers to the questions we've been afraid to ask. It allows us to find a moment for ourselves, even though we're still in a virtual world. Arthur's story is a reminder of the importance of carving out these moments for solitude in our own lives. It urges us to find our own version of the campfire in the wild, a place where we can retreat from the world's demands and reflect on our personal journey. Just as Arthur discovers, sometimes the most profound growth and understanding come from the moments we spend alone, in nature, with our thoughts. I have already talked at length about the magic of being alone in the world of Red Dead 2 in one of my previous videos, so let me just leave off on this. Seek out your own space of solitude, be it in the heart of a forest, a quiet early morning, or the silence of late night. In those moments, we're not just finding peace, we're rediscovering ourselves, learning anew what it means to live fully, deeply, and with intention. In life, we don't get to choose our family. We're randomly put into our first families, and those connections are bound by blood. We don't get a say in terms of how much love, care, or guidance we'll receive from our parents or siblings. We might even get none of it. But there's another kind of family that many of us come to know and cherish deeply. One formed not by genetics, but by choice. Our second family is something we don't get randomly without any choice. This is the family we build from friendships, shared experiences, and mutual respect. It's a concept as old as humanity itself, yet it finds new resonance in the digital age where communities can form across vast distances. Consider the stories of countless individuals who have found solace, understanding, and support in their chosen families. These are the people who step in, not out of obligation, but because they choose to care. From historical examples of literally circles and artist collectives to modern examples of online communities rallying to support one another, the value of a chosen family is immeasurable. They remind us that family is not just a biological construct, but an emotional one. In the world of Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur's life is a testament to the power of chosen family. The Van der Linde gang, with all its flaws and complexities, serves as his family by choice. Together they share not only the spoils of their heists, but their hopes, fears, and dreams. It's in this band of outlaws that Arthur finds belonging, loyalty, and understanding. Proof that family is as much about shared values and mutual care as it is about blood relations.
When I was just a lad, you know, I met a gal from old Bordeaux. She had blonde hair and blue eyes too. She let me ride on the ring-dang-doo. The ring-dang-doo, now what is that?
Such moments aren't mere pauses in the game. They are the heartbeats of a story that is as much about ties that bind us as it is about adventures that abate. They highlight an essential truth. Our chosen families can become our greatest strength. They are the ones who stand by us, not out of duty, but out of shared bond that is as strong or even stronger than those formed by blood. The significance of this lesson extends beyond the narrative of the game. It resonates in the reality of our lives, reminding us to cherish and nurture the connections we choose to make. In a world that often feels isolating, the families we create for ourselves provide a sense of belonging, love, and support that can carry us through the toughest times. Though we may not choose where we come from, we have the power to choose who we call family. In the early 19th century, a group known as Luddites became a symbol of the struggle against the unstoppable march of progress and technological innovation. Named after the possibly mythical figure Ned Ludd, these English workers took up arms not against flesh and blood, but against machines. They smashed textile machinery that they believed threatened their jobs, embodying a desperate attempt to halt the advance of the Industrial Revolution that was reshaping their world in ways they felt powerless to control. This historical episode serves as a reminder that the tide of change, especially when driven by technological progress, can seem both inescapable and impersonal. It highlights a fundamental human truth: our innate resistance to change, a resistance rooted in the fear of the unknown and the loss of the familiar. Like the Luddites, Dutch sees the world he knows being completely consumed by the encroaching forces of civilization and order. Despite his charismatic leadership and his gang's fierce loyalty, his fight against the tide of change is marked by a growing sense of futility. Dutch's struggle is never against the Pinkertons or the rival gangs. It's against the march of time itself, against the transformation of the American West from a wild, lawless frontier into a civilized, regulated society.
And to what do we owe the pleasure, Agent Moron?
I don't know if you're aware, but this is a civilized land now. We didn't kill all them savages only to allow the likes of you to act like human dignity, and basic decency was outmoded or not yet invented. This thing, it's done.
This place ain't no such thing as civilized. It's man. So in love with greed, he has forgotten himself and found only appetites.
And as a consequence, that lets you take what you please, kill whom you please, and hang the rest of us? Who made you the messiah to these lost souls you've led so horribly astray?
I'm nothing but a seeker, Mr. Milton.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Van der Linde.
But why do we resist change? Psychologically, resistance to change is a defense mechanism, safeguarding our sense of identity and security in a world that never stops evolving. It's rooted in the fear of losing what we know and stepping into the uncertainty of what we don't know. This resistance is as much a part of human nature as our ability to adapt and evolve. Yet, as Dutch's story illustrates, when resistance becomes denial, it can lead us down a path of destruction, both internally and towards those around us. In George Orwell's 1984, we see a grim picture of change morph into a tool for oppression, echoing Dutch's futile resistance against the encroachment of civilization. Both narratives, though set in vastly different contexts, delve into the hearts of human struggle against the march of time and societal evolution. While change is inevitable, the manner in which we confront it can either uphold our deepest values or lead us into self-destruction. This juxtaposition highlights the delicate balance between adapting to change and preserving our core principles in the face of progress. Whether personal or societal, the story of Dutch van der Linde and the Luddites teaches us valuable lessons. It shows us that while we cannot stop the march of progress, we have the choice to adapt, to learn, and to grow from the changes we encounter. This doesn't mean surrendering to every wave of change without thinking, but rather engaging with it thoughtfully, preserving what values we can, while opening ourselves to new possibilities and horizons. Are we clinging to the past like Dutch, fighting a losing battle against the inevitable? Or are we stepping into the river of change, ready to navigate its currents with resilience and openness wherever it may lead us to? In the end, the inevitability of change is not a sentence to obsolescence, but a call to evolution. It challenges us to question, to adapt, and ultimately to thrive in the endless flux that defines our world. In the face of change, our greatest strength lies not in resistance, but in our capacity to grow. In our day-to-day lives, we often cast ourselves as the main actors in the unfolding movie of our existence, with everyone else in supporting roles. We navigate through our days underneath the impression that the world revolves around our storyline. Just think about if you have ever looked at strangers that sit across from you in a train or walk past you on the street and realized that they have just as many feelings, dreams, and challenges as you do. This notion is unraveled by the narratives we experience. Stories like that of Arthur in Red Dead 2, where he, despite being a crucial character within his universe, ultimately faces a truth we all must confront. The world moves on without us. His life is full of action, moral dilemmas, and a quest for redemption, painting him as a figure of significant importance. However, his story also shows the individual insignificance in the grand scheme of things. The game, rich with its characters and stories, does not end with Arthur. Life continues after his story ends, the world keeps evolving, and Dutch continues his fight against the change of times. The epilogue of the game is the ultimate demonstration of how, despite our contributions, the world's narrative persists, indifferent to our absence, and Arthur is just one of many who were there at some point.
Arthur saved my life before he passed. I don't talk about him much, but I think about him.
Me too.
This theme echoes in the perspective provided by the cosmic calendar that compresses the universe's history into a single year where just 1 minute equals 26,000 years. Humanity's entire recorded history occupies just the final seconds of December 31st, at the very end of this year, illustrating our fleeting presence in the cosmos. This perspective is not meant to diminish our achievements or existence, but to place them within the ridiculously massive timeline of the universe, reminding us of our small part in a much, much larger story. When I was younger and I was unsure what to do in my life, I listened a lot to lectures of this English writer and speaker called Alan Watts. During one of his speeches, he also touched on this aspect of our insignificance in the grand scheme of things. But instead of seeing our insignificance as a nihilistic dead end, his perspective was that we can view it as a liberation from the ego's constraints. He encouraged us to see ourselves not as isolated beings, but as integral components of the universe's continuous dance. Our individual stories, while seemingly inconsequential against the backdrop of infinity, contribute to the universe's complexity and beauty. Find joy and meaning in our experiences and connections. Understanding our role is a part of a larger, ever-changing universe. With the narrative of Red Dead 2, we are offered a bucket full of thought on existence, significance, and the beauty of living in the moment. Arthur Morgan's journey, underscored by the philosophical underpinnings of existentialism, challenges us to reflect on our place within the universe and to appreciate the value of our experiences, no matter how small they may seem. When you go into a casino, you see gamblers, wrapped in the grip of the game, eyes sparkling with the belief that they can sway the odds in their favor through different rituals, lucky items, or even the way they throw the dice. This phenomenon isn't limited to gambling floor. It's a distilled example of a broader human tendency to overestimate our influence over events largely governed by chance. This belief, deeply ingrained in our psyche, is what psychologists term the illusion of control. The concept of locus of control dives deeper into the psyche. It explores the degree to which individuals believe they have power over the events in their lives. Those with an internal locus of control see themselves as captains of their fate, confident in their ability to steer the ship regardless of sea state. Conversely, an external locus of control leaves individuals feeling adrift at the mercy of life's unpredictable currents. For example, when given a promotion, someone with an internal locus of control will think that the promotion was entirely deserved strictly for their hard work with the company. However, if they are denied a promotion, they will blame themselves and take the news harder than anybody else. On the other hand, someone with an external locus of control would receiving a promotion as a stroke of luck or the result of timing, rather than a direct result of their actions. Similarly, if they don't get the promotion, they're more likely to blame external factors such as office politics or economic downturns, rather than any personal shortcomings. Red Dead Redemption 2 tells this psychological narrative through Dutch. His mantra, "I have a plan," becomes a chorus line for the illusion of control. Despite the chaos unfolding around him and the gang, Dutch clings to the belief that through sheer will and strategic maneuvers, he can outsmart the forces of law and change. But the game's unfolding events illustrate a counterpoint. The external world, with its indifferent march towards progress, pays no heed to one man's determination.
We need to go.
You ran away.
Oh, I did no such thing. Don't be a fool. They could be back here any minute. We did it, gentlemen. Well, we got some money. And with the train job, well, we got a whole lot of money. Come on. Everything is coming together. Exactly as I planned.
Accepting uncertainty is a liberating counterbalance to this illusion. It's not about relinquishing all attempts at control, but recognizing the boundaries of our influence. This acceptance does not come naturally. It's a muscle that requires conscious exercise. It's about finding peace in the unpredictability of life, making informed choices with the understanding that some outcomes remain beyond our reach. Life is as much about "I can do it" as it is about "I don't give a fuck." Stoics like Epictetus advised focusing on our efforts and attitudes, elements within our realm of control, while adopting a stance of calmness towards everything else. This philosophy does not advocate being passive, but rather an active engagement with what we can change and a graceful acceptance of what we cannot. In the narrative of Red Dead Redemption 2, we navigate this delicate balance between action and acceptance. Dutch's unraveling serves as a cautionary tale, while the broader journey of Arthur Morgan and the gang encapsulates this stoic ideal, striving with all one's strength while understanding the limits of that control. Reassess your own locus of control. Reflect on the serenity found in recognizing the vastness of the universe and our modest place within it. Strive not for foolhardy dominion over the external factors, but for mastery over ourselves, finding freedom in the truth that ultimately we control only our actions, reactions, and perspectives. This is the true control we can exert, the control rooted not in the illusion of bending the world to our will, but in the strength of navigating with insight, resilience, and grace. The ancient Greeks had a nuanced understanding of love, categorizing it in various forms such as agape, unconditional love, eros, romantic love, and philia, deep friendship. These distinctions underscore the belief that love's presence in our lives is multifaceted, enriching our human experience in multiple ways. Moving forward in time, psychologist Carl Rogers introduced the concept of unconditional positive regard, a modern reflection of agape. This principle says that accepting and loving others without conditions forms the bedrock of personal growth and healthy relationships. In the realm of unconditional positive regard, love is seen as a dynamic force that fosters acceptance, understanding, and the realization of each person's potential. A silly example could be how you could tell a child that they're still a good person even if they misbehave. Or in the case of Arthur Morgan, despite being a killer and someone who destroyed countless lives, he still possesses the capacity for profound goodness. His relationships and actions, underpinned by the care and loyalty he shows to those he values, embody the essence of unconditional positive regard, highlighting his ability to transcend his past through acts of love and redemption.
I'm dying, sister.
Okay?
Yeah, I got TB. I got it. Beating a man to death for a few bucks. I've lived a bad life, sister.
We've all lived bad lives, Mr. Morgan. We all sin. But I know you.
You don't know me.
Forgive me, but that's the problem. You don't know you.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but whenever we happen to meet, you're always helping people and smiling.
I had a son. He passed away. I had a girl who loved me. I threw that away. My mama died when I was a kid. And my daddy, well, I watched him die. And it weren't soon enough.
My husband died a long time ago. Life is full of pain. But there is also love and beauty.
What am I gonna do now?
Be grateful that for the first time, you see your life clearly.
Sure.
Perhaps you could help somebody. Helping makes you really happy.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I.
Huh?
But then I meet someone like you, and everything makes sense.
You're too smart for me, sister. I guess I'm afraid.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
All aboard!
Red Dead Redemption 2 mirrors these timeless concepts of love through Arthur's journey. His relationships, especially his bond with John Marston and his relationship with Mary Linton, exemplify how love persists through adversity, shaping decisions and personal evolution. His story vividly illustrates that taking a chance on love, though often fraught with vulnerability, is a leap worth taking. As Arthur's tale unfolds, we see love acting both as anchor and compass, guiding him through the chaos of his outlaw life, or what's left of it. It's in his moments of reflection, his acts of sacrifice for those he cares about, and his struggles with personal demons that the game reveals love's enduring power. Despite the harsh backdrop of the dying West, these relationships provide moments of solace, connection, and a glimpse into the transformative power of love. Love as built over time and through shared experiences, is not a static entity but a living, evolving force. It's the small, everyday acts of kindness and understanding, as much as the grand gestures, that weave the fabric of deep, enduring bonds. This is the love that sustains and uplifts, that teaches us resilience in the face of hardship and joy in the simplicity of being together. To quote Stoic philosopher Seneca, "Wherever there is a human being, there's an opportunity for kindness." Love, in its many forms, is not just an ideal to aspire to, but a lived reality that shapes our existence, driving us towards connection, growth, and the realization of our shared humanity. Love exists, always. It's calling us to embrace it in all forms, to nurture it with care, and to celebrate the profound impact it has on our journey. In this very moment, you have the ability to express love, be it by calling your parents if you haven't talked in a while, spending time with a friend, or simply helping a stranger. You have that power to make another person smile, to make them feel love. And isn't that a beautiful thing?
Très bien, c'est fini.